When I'm told to shut up, I shut up. I'll stop now. It's fine.
Oh, so you're submissive. Okay.
Shutting up.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
There was an old, and maybe Gaunty has seen this. But
Bugs
there
Bunny.
was old Bugs Bunny. Yeah.
Gally, I'd like to get in on some of that. What is that? Monster, whatever.
Monster
what's it
Monday.
called? Yeah, I'd like to do an episode or two with you sometime. That'd be fun.
Okay. All right.
How about is there a lot of lore about djinns? That'd be kind of a cool episode.
A djinn?
Like genies. Yeah.
The air elemental djinn.
They're like genies, basically, right? Aren't the djinn?
Yeah, they're. If memory serves, they're from the elemental planes. Some of them are elemental air, some of them are elemental earth, and so on and so forth.
And they
each have different personalities.
Kalimshan a lot.
Yeah, I wonder how does a djinn become a genie? Or are they the same thing, or is it like?
But like the traditional genie in a bottle thing is only accomplished when a really strong magic user is able to trick or trap a djinn in a special item.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the music now. We can hear you, Chris. Welcome back to the land of the
vocal.
Yes.
Can you say just talk for about 10 seconds? I'll get you your volume situation.
Is the volume messing up?
It's a little crunchy, but according to the meter,
it's hard to control that with my phone.
That's fine. According to the meter, your level is okay. And it's a little crunchy, but it's not obnoxious. So,
I didn't know he had a laptop, or I would have gotten him a different headset.
We got to figure out why his laptop is telling him no.
Yeah, it sounds like that could be potentially something with either the age of the machine or the level of software it's running or something like that. Because it could be if the drivers are made for a certain version, and then he's got a different version, and they may not like each other. So
maybe, but a 3.5 should work.
You would think a 3.5 is a 3.5 is a 3.5, but
might be a setting on a laptop somewhere saying no microphone for you right now.
No microphone for you. So
I looked online for hours last night trying to figure out how I could set it up with my laptop. But first, the only things that showed that I could find was setting it up to an actual tower. So
yeah, you sound clear. It's just a little fuzzy, like you're talking through fabric. So I mean, it's good enough for now.
Mic might be slightly too close to your mouth as well.
Well, the one for the phone, the mic is in the cord.
Oh yeah, it's one of those headset or earbud mics. Yeah.
Does the 3.5 plug into your phone?
Yeah.
Are you using the new headset on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's probably just mic might be a little too close to your mouth. That's it.
Yeah. Are you? Do you also have your phone? If it's got a separate port, do you have it hooked up to the to a charger or something while you're using it?
It is hooked up to the charger.
Okay, good. Yeah, because sometimes if you have a bigger headset like that, it really drains the battery on the phone quickly.
Oh yeah, I know.
Okay. Oh right.
As well.
Well, let us go ahead and we will put the tech support session aside for a little later. For right now, let us dive back into our game. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I am DM Gallibond, and this is the Walker of Waterdeep. Sundays at approximately 2:30 p.m. right here on this very Twitch channel. Today I am joined by Adamant playing Pete Pete playing Adamant, Chris playing Galibar, Ken playing Oyohusa, Gaunty playing Zandri, and we are expecting a little bit later today Ash playing Thardram. And when we last left our heroes, they were in the home of Ikini Afa, the trade prince of water, or one of the trade princes of Chult. And she had been hosting them. They had had a really interesting couple of days there, and Zandri got a big surprise at the end of the session last time when
Very big.
she was seemingly the only person in the party who hadn't quite figured out exactly what was so different about their friend Barack Clanghammer. And so he had a little bit of fun at her expense. And revealed his scaly side, if you will, with a little jaunt through the Chult night sky, and talking to Zandri about sort of his observations of their party, and what he was going to be doing now that they were back in Chult, where he has some long and deep roots, it seems. All right, so there have been 2 full days in, there was one mostly full day in Chult, followed by a dinner with a trade prince, and that trade prince was Ifan Talroa. He is angry at the Githyanki, because he feels like he has been swindled and stolen from. The next night, they had a dinner with the trade prince Jobal, and Jobal is frightened of the Githyanki. Frightened because he realized that they somehow manipulated his mind and made him fill out contracts that allowed the Githyanki to walk off with several of his best guides and 100 sellswords without ever paying for them. And, you would think he would be angry about being swindled, but he's more frightened to realize that his mind can be manipulated by these people. So that's his reaction. You have heard the servants say in the household that tonight's dinner guest for the feast is going to be a trade prince named Quayothe. And Quayothe is the biggest dealer in Port Nyanzaru of insect repellent. So it'll be interesting to see what she has to say. But now you have another day yet in Port Nyanzaru. I think we've sort of gotten our dinosaur racing fix out of us. We have been to the Temple of Gond. We met up with a dwarven artisan. I believe that Adamant has a return visit to that artisan planned. There's a couple of people that for sure want to do shopping. Another couple of people that want to find out what their ultimate goal is before they decide whether or not they do shopping. And there may be 1 or 2 other side treks that we need to do. So let me go. I'm going to start with the order that I have people in Discord, and I will get to you. So wait until I call on you, and we'll find out who needs to do what. Adamant, I know you want to go back and revisit the Smith. Was there anything else that you wanted to do today?
Was going to go talk to the gentlemen who sell mining equipment. And also going to take the dwarfin with me. Dragon dwarfin. Yeah. Sorry.
You want to take Barack Klanghammer with you? Is that what you're trying to say?
He wanted to see the dwarf artisan.
Okay. All right.
His name slips my mind at the moment.
Yes. His name was Throri.
Throri.
Throri. I'm going to put this in Discord for you. That's the guy's name. So, all right. So you're going to go see him and going to go see some people about some mining gear. All right. Next, I have Galibar.
Zandri's going to go with Adamant later. Just putting that out there so you can skip me.
Okay. Galibar, what would you...
Galibar want go try to see find battle with the Caliban. And then he go and look at the other trade princes.
Okay, you're cutting in and out really bad, and I'm only hearing
can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Galibar is going to go try to find a saddle of the Calivier in the market, and then he wants to go look at the animals at the other trade.
Okay, saddle of the Cavalier.
It's an uncommon magic item that makes it impossible to fall off outside of your own will.
Okay. Alrighty then. We will see what you can. See what we can do there, and then you're looking at animals.
The trade about having dinosaurs, thing that he sells as for pets, and Galibar is very.
Okay. Well, we can go and see what might be available there. All right. Oyohusa. What is Oyohusa interested in doing today, if anything?
Well, he has been enjoying his lounging around, sipping fruity drinks, and being fanned. I guess he might go to the market with Zandri and Adamant.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay.
Is nobody going to go with Galibar to make sure he doesn't get swindled?
We are tier 2, Ken. So,
I mean, Galibar could come along with us and then we could all go together. We don't have to split up.
I'm not sure whether Ken lost his microphone or not, but he seemed to cut out.
No, okay. I said what I wanted to say. I was like, I'll go to the market with him.
Oh, okay. All right. It sounded like there was going to be something else, and then... All right.
No.
All right, cool. And Gaunty, I just wanted to double check with you. Maybe not last session, but session before. It sounded like there might have been some interest on Zandri's part while she's here in going to the Temple of Sune. Is that still something she wants to do or not?
Yeah, if we have time after after all the PCs get everything. She's kind of in business mode right now, so she would like to go to the temple, but she knows that we have a dinner coming up and there's other important stuff to do first. So since it's just personal matters that she wants to attend to there, she's willing to put that aside for right now.
Okay. All right. Very good. So let's go ahead. So everybody is planning to go together, and if Adamant invites Barack Clanghammer to go along, Barack will in turn go and invite Chandler Duran to come, because like Oyo, sitting around the Merchant Prince Villa, enjoying the fruity drinks, enjoying being fanned and pampered a little bit. There has been, every time you leave, you see Chandler Duran and Barack Clanghammer sitting there, sharing drinks and talking about whatever. Sometimes they're talking about philosophy, sometimes they're talking about military tactics, sometimes they're talking about, it's just like, it's like two people at a party who are masters of small talk, and they just sort of get forced to each other, and they can just go on and have endless conversations about everything. Well, now you kind of have an idea that where Barack may have picked up all of his esoteric knowledge through what's probably been a very long life compared to most everybody else. And Chandler Duran, of course, has talked a little bit about serving in militaries on different planes of existence. And so he is seen a lot in his lifetime as well. So the two of them are just like swapping old war stories or something like that. And they seem to be perfectly happy doing that most of the day. But Chandler Duran will gladly accept the invitation. So you all head out of the Merchant Villa, and I am going to put us back on our map of Port Nyanzaru so that we can see that. And I will get us to a little bit better view here. Okay.
And where are we on the map right now exactly? Like what number or box?
It's about right here. Is each of the number 5s, and they don't show all of them because there's supposed to be like 7 of them, but each of the number 5s is a trade prince villas or a trade prince or trade merchants. No, merchant prince. God, whatever the hell they're called. The Merchant Prince Villa, and Akini Afaz sits right here overlooking the harbor. So then you have one over here, and you have another one down over here, and there's 7 of them scattered around the city. And but I don't think they're all listed on the on this particular map, but it's just a representative map of the area. So you're heading back over to the market first, or Adamant, are we going to see some people about?
I'm gonna go see Throry first.
Okay.
He was promised first thing in the morning.
Okay, well, you head over, and you can tell that that Barack Clanghammer seems a little bit excited, and D&D Beyond is running very slow.
Yeah,
so
it's
I'm
down,
wondering
it's
if
down
it's
completely for me. I can't even load pages now.
okay. Well then, I may have to do this the old-fashioned way. Where are we? Tomb of Annihilation. Okay. Gosh. There was a
I'll
time.
test out a roll to see if mine is working.
Well, roll
Working for me.
20 should be fine. No,
No,
we're talking about.
I rolled from D&D Beyond. I had to work. I was able.
Oh, you must have opened your character a while back because everybody else was running into issues just about the time we were getting started with the session. Okay. All right. So
You said Barack looks excited.
he looks. There's an energy with him that it seems like excitement. It also seems. Everybody can give me in D20. Everybody give me an insight check. See what you pick up about him.
I'm pretty sure mine is +8.
I think it was a +7. I thought we had the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did it do? Because
All right. Well, Gaunty, Adamant, and Oyo, the three of you all can sense that mixed in with the excitement that Barack is expressing, there's also a twinge of anxiety. And, he told you of basically the obligation he had based on an agreement he had made long ago to leave Chult and go to Waterdeep for a time, and about some unpleasant things that have happened while he's gone. And so that could be part of his anxieties, is perhaps wondering if some of his old friends hold him to blame for what has happened.
Barack, I'm sure he'll just be glad to see you. Honestly. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
yes, seeing you may help restore some of the hope he lost.
Well, I can hope so. I do feel a bit torn about this. I am glad to be going to seeing an old friend like Thori all the same. I only hope he does not hold me too much to blame for
Does
the
he know this?
misfortunes.
Does he know this form of yours?
Oh, yes. I spent most of my time in Arakamar as a dwarf, going by Barak Clanghammer. It is much easier to go take tea with your neighbors in this form. And he looks over at Oyo and he gives him a little wink.
If you like, you can stand behind me until I tell him you're here. Tell him he has a visit from an old friend.
Well, we could give him a bit of a surprise, couldn't we?
Yes.
And, honestly, he was so relieved to hear that there might be somebody out there who understood what the dwarves went through. I think he'll just be glad that you're alive and safe, and really, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Very well. excuse me for a moment. And you see, it's almost like he gets distracted. There's a vendor over there that has like some confections, and he heads over towards the confectioner's stand, and he goes behind this very large, what looks like maybe a 6 foot tall and maybe 3 or 4 foot diameter planter that has this tree, a small tree, but a tree nonetheless, like 20, 25 feet growing out of it. And he goes over behind that, and you wait, and you wait. And then Adamant, you hear a little buzzing, and you look on your left shoulder, and there is a rather pretty golden colored dragonfly that has landed on your shoulder.
Oh,
And a little voice says, I would just like to see the look on Throry's face. Let's keep
Well,
going.
yes, I agree.
Zandri is now trying very, very hard and almost failing to keep a straight face.
Adamant heads for Throry's little
Okay.
Not little, but
Okay, yeah, you get over to him, and he is there, and he sees you all come in, and he says, "Oh, Adamant, it is a pleasure to see you again. Did you have any luck in your forging last night?"
Yes. He pulls out the small package and holds it out.
And he takes that, and he opens it up. And okay, I'm going back to the note you sent me. Oh goodness. Okay. Did you send that in?
I could send it again. Hold on.
Okay, I thought you had sent it in a PM.
I did. But I know
okay, and I'm
we were
looking...
talking about this stuff. So
I see it. I found it.
Okay.
Okay. So he opens it, and at first he almost doesn't recognize it because now it's so much more fancy than it was before. And then he notices the script on it, and he sort of traces his finger on it, and he kind of mumbles in Dwarven, and anybody who understands Dwarven can hear him say, "Faith brings peace. Peace brings beauty. Beauty is within your heart, hands, and soul." And he turns it over, and he turns it back, and then he slowly looks up at Adamant, and he just smiles, the broadest smile, and he says, "Thank you. Thank you. This is a joyous day. I have not been this happy in a long time. Thank you." And he just lays a hand on the hammer, just almost like it's a piece of jewelry. You know, he's just very, very taken with this. And
Well,
he's got this big smile on his face.
not to overload you, but you remember how I said that there's always hope?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
We've brought somebody with us that
We think you may know them.
just might.
And with that, the dragonfly leaps off of Adamant's shoulder and flits over and lands on Throry's shoulder. And you hear a little voice that says, "Hello, Throry." And he looks at the dragonfly and he says, "Do I know you?" And the dragonfly chuckles a little bit and it flies over and lands on a little stool. And then it begins to form and it takes the shape of Barak Clanghammer. And Throry just says, "Barak! Barak! It's you! It's you! Oh, my dear friend!" And he runs around and he has his arms spread out wide, and Barak hops down and they have a big embrace, and Throry sheds some tears of joy, and he says, "This, I did not think that this day could get more wonderful, but you're back, you're back." And
Dwarven headbutt of reunion.
Barak says, "Oh, I am back, and I intend to help take back what was stolen from your people and what was stolen from me." And Throry says, "You do? Can I help you?" And he smiles. Barak smiles, lays a hand on his shoulder, and says, "We will talk about that tomorrow. If you desire to come along, I would welcome you." And Throry just,
We all would.
yeah, he is elated again, and he says, "I wish there was some place in this town you could get a decent dwarven ale." And then the two of them, they just start laughing. And so they seem to be very, very happy. And so they start talking about what happened and everything, and they go on. And then before they can get too much into the detail about what actually happened, Barak starts asking about so and so and so and so, and Throry tells them, well, this one is now went off to Baldur's Gate, and that one is went across the Sea of Swords, and who knows where they are, and all this kind of stuff. So they just keep talking about that.
Zandri
And
leans over to Oyo and says, "Should we give them some time?" Kind of with a big grin.
I think that would be a good idea.
I don't know. It's probably the perfect time for discounts.
You are irredeemable.
And Chandler Duran, you can see he's looking around at the shop, and he will occasionally pick something up, and he will examine it closely, and then he smiles, kind of the smile of somebody who recognizes good craftsmanship, And then he sort of.
I was
sets
about
it
to
down.
say. I was about to say. Does it look like the look of somebody who's looking at like let's put this on the fridge?
No, it's more like. Go ahead.
Like, because apparently their technology is a lot more advanced than us. I was like, he's looking at this like a parent would look at like a child's drawing and put it on the fridge.
No, he looks at the different tools and things that Throry has made, and some of the furnishings and art objects that he's made, and he really seems to recognize the skill that has gone into that, and he seems very appreciative. Probably one of the things that in his line of work, having been so many different places, he runs into all kinds of different crafts and craftsmen, and there's certain things that all the good ones have in common, and so he just seems to recognize that and appreciate it. And what Throry makes is basically very decorative but extremely well made at the same time. So he combines that durability with the aesthetics. So you hear Barak telling Throry where they are staying, and that he has obligations for yet another dinner with a trade prince this evening, and then tomorrow he's not sure what tomorrow will bring, but he intends to start making his plans for heading to Harakamar once he knows what the rest of you have found out about your particular errand. And he doesn't go into any details, or doesn't even mention what it is that you all are looking for. Throry already knows that you're looking for information on the GIF, and so he knows that much, but Barak doesn't offer any additional details. And so it seems like they're making plans to catch up a little later. And so where were you going to want to go next, Adamant?
Well, leaving these two to their reminiscing, Adamant is
Okay.
going to head for the materials and mining area.
Okay.
While Adamant's there, Zandri would like to just keep an ear open for any possible leads that would make that would kind of give a hint that someone might know about the mine Harakamar, and might be a possible source of information.
Okay. That sounds like a winner. Let us take a look here. I have put something in my notes for just such an occasion. Now, where did I put it? That's the question. All right. Oh. Well. Ah, there we go. There we go. No. That was the Gith Yankee in. Come on. Where are you? Well, fiddle faddle. All right. We'll just go ahead and do it this way. Why don't you, while you all are looking around and over near the mining area, anybody who wants to can give me a D20 roll for anything that you overhear people saying that might be relevant.
Perception or just a straight D20?
It would be, kind of a perception. And so roll your perception and tell me what you find. Okay.
Adamant don't hear nothing.
Yeah, Adamant's thinking about mining.
Yeah. Galibar, you hear somebody say that that they saw people, and they don't know what to call them, but from their description, it's Githyanki they're talking about, that they saw people a few months ago who were interested in breeding racing dragons or racing dinosaurs that could breathe fire.
Oh shit.
Oh, God, no.
What did I get?
So
What?
that's what Galibar overhears. Now, Galibar, you don't need an insight check to know that the person who's saying that has probably had about 4 or 5 cups of wine and is slurring their words a little bit. So, how accurate that is, you don't know, but that's what you hear them say. Adamant, you're focused on mining. You don't hear anybody talking about that. Now, Zandri, you overhear somebody saying that that they hope they never see one of those pointy-headed, pointy-teeth, red-eyed monsters again, because they thought they were never going to get away. Never thought they were going to get away from them and make their way back to Port Nyanzaru.
I'm sorry, what? And Zandri turns around and looks for the person who said that.
When you look, you see a man. He is a Chultan man, fairly slender but muscular physique. Clearly, he would be at home with a weapon in his hands. You could easily imagine him as a mercenary or perhaps even a gladiator, a fighter. And he has a few scars on his arms. They're light scars and they're old scars, but clearly this guy has been in fights with weapons before, and those are long healed. But despite his rugged appearance, there's something about his eyes that have a little bit of a haunted look.
I'm sorry. Did you say you've been out in the jungle, friend?
And he looks at you, and when you speak to him, he almost like jumps a little bit when you talk to him, and he turns back. He says, "Oh, well, Maybe. Who are you? Why do you
Oh.
want to know?
Oh, well, my companions and I are new to port. I'm Zandri, and she'll give him her best, charming for the crowd smile and hold out her hand.
He looks at your hand, and then he takes it. After a moment, he takes it and he shakes your hand. And he's got a firm grip, but it's almost like he's just waiting for something to hurt him. and
Yeah.
he lets go, rather quickly. He gives you a nice firm handshake, but he doesn't hang on to your hand.
And Zandri's gonna take a chance on this. And like I said, we're new in town, and we came here looking for some Githyanki to kill.
And his eyes go wide, and he just like holds up a hand. He says, don't say that. I don't even want to hear about that. And he just holds a hand up, and he turns and he starts trying to walk away from you.
What's wrong?
Well, shit.
And clearly he's almost like, you say that word Githyanki, and that's almost like a trigger for him. And he's just like, oh, nope. People talking about that? Nope.
Friend.
And he turns and he looks at you and he says, who are you?
My name is Adamant. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
We mean you no harm. We are here to right a wrong.
Frank sneezing.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, dog sneezing in the background. Across the house. Loud and clear, Anyway, we're here to right a wrong that happened to our people as well. And it seems that we'd be doing the same for some of your people. We will not say that name anymore. I can understand. We have our own traumas attached to those people as well. But perhaps we can buy you a good drink. Good strong drink. And you can tell us what you know, so that we might do the job properly, yes?
Zandri will very kind of subtly shake her coin purse just a little.
He looks at the sound of clinking gold. He looks at that and he looks back at Adamant. And he says, I know of a place where we can get a good drink at this hour. And so he leads you over, and now I have to see if I can find
D&D
this
Beyond's
on-
back up.
Oh, it is.
Yes, it's just moving slow as snot.
Hey Google,
Okay, let me go back to.
set a timer for 1 hour 20 minutes.
All right. So sources. Annihilation. All right. You go back to the. All right. Come on. Yeah, you're right. It is being very, very slow. Okay. What is your name? What is your
Quest.
quest?
What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
African or European?
I don't know that.
Ah! Okay. All right. Now, Port Nyanzaru locations.
Got the chill.
Okay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. All right. The actually takes you to down towards the harbor. And there is a uh, a bar or a tavern down there. And the tavern is called there we go. It is called the Broken Dagger. Broken Dagger Tavern. And it is, it's the kind of tavern that is populated by mainly sailors and dock workers and things like that. And this fellow tells you that he says, if I get enough gold, I can get out of this place and I'll never have to set foot in that jungle again. And so he will introduce himself as Weshtek. And he will tell you that up until a few months ago, he had fallen into debt quite a while ago and had gotten himself so deep in debt that his choice was going to debtor's prison or accepting a sentence of slavery for several months. And so he took the option to go into slavery, and he was quickly snapped up by one of the trade princes, Joe Ball, who is the trade prince that deals mostly with slaves and sellswords. And this man, Weshtek, says that he had fought in a number of skirmishes as a younger man in his teens. He knows his way around weapons, and that Joe Ball had promised him that the money he could make using him as a sellsword would basically get him out of his slavery about half the time that it would that he would have had to spend in debtor's prison. So he was looking forward to that. And everything was fine until about 7 months ago. And there were some, he says, that's when those people came. And he gives Adamant a look that makes it clear, that when he says those people, he's talking about the Githyanki. And he says they announced to the quartermaster that they had negotiated a deal with Jobal, and they had paperwork. And while it was usually the quartermaster's job to pick out the sellswords that would be sent on any kind of a mission, the contract specified that the customer would select the sellswords. And so they spent, there was about 10 of them, and they would pull groups of sellswords and basically like ask them all questions. And he says, every time they asked me a question, or every time they asked us a question, it felt like somebody was putting a needle into my head. And for whatever reason, after they asked a few questions, they selected him and several other people and then turned the rest away. And after they were selected, they were told that this would be the last mission they would have to do as a slave, because the value of the contract was enough to ensure that they would never have to be a slave again. And at first he thought that was good, but then he started seeing signs as they left the city and headed out towards the jungle that he didn't think they intended to ever let these people return to Port Nyanzaru. Whether they intended to outright kill them or whether they intended just to use them until they died, he didn't know. But he got a really bad feeling about it. He and several other people that they had selected did. And most of the people, it seems like, were very enthusiastic about serving these people. But he and several others made an attempt to escape one night, and they got out of the camp when most of the guards had gotten drunk and fallen asleep. They got out of the camp and they made it a little distance into the jungle. Wasn't long before the alarm was raised in the camp, and he saw 3 people that were escaped just get hacked down by the Githyanki with those silver greatswords that they carry. He managed to hide and evade them long enough, and when they eventually started looking somewhere else, he slid away and then made his way back to Port Nyanzaru. Took him he had been gone about 5 days before he made his escape, and it took him about another 10 days to get back, just trying to stealthily get through the jungle and avoid the dinosaurs, avoid the undead, avoid the grung, avoid the poisonous snakes, the poisonous spiders, and all the other poisonous stuff out there. And ever since he's been back, he's been trying to save up enough money to book passage on a ship and get out of Port Nyanzaru. He
How much do you
bears.
need?
He says, because I still have the brand, I still have the mark that names me as property of Jobal. There are very few who would accept a normal fare for me, because they would fear to incur the wrath of a trade prince. So in my case, I have been told anywhere from 100 to 500 gold to book passage to simply get as far as some place like Baldur's Gate or Waterdeep. And you all know that if you are going to try to take a sailing ship somewhere, it wouldn't be nearly that much. It would be maybe like 20 or 30 gold if you wanted to go as a passenger. And you also know that a lot of times there might be merchant marine ships where you could sign on as a sailor and basically get your passage paid for that way. But apparently, if you have the mark as belonging to a trade prince, that's like nobody wants to mess with that juju. So you wouldn't be able to book your way on, and it's only shady people that would allow you passage, and then they want you to pay enough to make it worth their while.
And then you might not even make it the whole trip anyway.
Yeah.
So is this guy like a guide?
He was a
No, this
mercenary. He was one
mercenary.
of the slaves.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
we happen to be on speaking terms with Jobal. We might be able to work something out to get that little brand situation taken care of.
He just not pleased about what happened to the lot of you.
Not pleased in the least.
And
was
then-
actually quite worried.
He says, I've heard about that. In fact, I've expected that Jobal would send his thugs around to try to collect me. And, at this point, I think if they did, I might even let them, because I'm just so tired of hiding and running. But if I could get away and just not ever have to see this place again, do you really think you could do something?
Quite sure.
Hey, Gally, is Jobal married?
Let me see.
Out of character, we could just take him on our ship.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
won-
that
I'm
brand's
wondering
gonna
about-
follow him everywhere.
Wondering about that as the last
Not outside of
resort.
Cholt.
Oh yeah, it'll still follow him outside of Cholt.
Not if we cut it off of him.
That's a little extreme.
Not actually. It really isn't that clerics are a thing.
Adamant would rather try to get it done the right way instead first.
And how do you think tattoos are gotten rid?
Let's just see. Okay, where is this in the?
Cholt is probably the place that would cut off your hand and try to steal something. Cutting off this brand it's probably not something.
All right, Merchant Princes. Let's see, what do they say about him? Well, he does not specify.
Sounds like a DM ruling to me then.
Yeah,
Schultz is also probably the place that has the rich people have multiple wives. So
yeah, he probably is the kind of character. Actually, he's the kind of character that he's probably had several wives, and at least one or two of them have probably disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Because you remember, he's the one that, as a younger man, was a guide himself, leading people into the jungle, and then
Oh, that's right. Okay, let's
came
scrap that
back.
part, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he was willing to work with us if we went and got our pound of flesh, so to speak, from the Githyanki, though, right? He was willing to work with
Right.
us.
Oh, yeah. So far, both of the trade princes that you've met at the dinners are interested in having some form of justice visited on the Githyanki. You know, the first guy wants wants them to pay, quite literally, because he feels like he's been cheated out of gold. Joe Ball, just would be very happy to know that somebody, could maybe make them afraid of coming back to Port Nyanzaru again, because he's afraid of having to face them again.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, then, yeah, back in character, Zandri will say, "Yes, I think we could work."
He then West Tech will tell you, well, if you think there's a way, I would be willing, but I'll not go anywhere near that jungle again, or go anywhere. I don't know what they were after, but they kept talking about getting supplies for their forward base, whatever that is.
Did they say where it was?
I got the impression it was not in Faerun. And you all would know that Faerun is the name of the continent.
The continent that Schultz on? The whole thing?
The continent that Chult and the Sword Coast is on. Sword Coast is up to the north. Chult is down to the south. They're both basically along the western coast of Faerun. You think distance-wise? You think maybe if Waterdeep is somewhere around near where, let's say, Seattle maybe is, then Chult is probably somewhere like Peru in terms of distance, but both on the western coast of the same continent.
Okay. Do you know where they were getting these supplies or what they were? The reason I ask is that we're trying to narrow down how best to find them. So any information you can give us would be very valuable. And she'll slide 20 gold toward him.
He looks at that and he says, they talked about the mines, and they talked about taking what they needed from the mines, and it was after they made more than one suggestion or the way they talk made me think that they intended us to go kill who or whatever was in the mines so they could take what they wanted. That was when I realized that they did not intend to ever let us go back.
I see. Well, I'm very sorry that all of this happened to you. We will certainly do our best to get that brand taken care of. And if we don't come back, then I wish you the best of luck.
Where can we find you if Joe Ball agrees to remove that brand?
And he looks at the bar and he says, and he looks down at the money that Zandri just gave him. He says, I will take my midday meal here at the Broken Dagger for the next 10 days. If I see you, if you want to find me, look for me here at noon each day. If I don't see you by the end of the 10-day, then I don't expect I'll see you again.
Sounds like a safe assumption.
Indeed.
Either way, best of luck. And she'll give him a quick squeeze on the forearm and let his arm go.
Okay. He nods and he sits back and he drains his drink. The gold quickly gets tucked away, and you notice that when he puts it away, he doesn't put it all in one pouch. He puts a couple of gold in one pouch, and he sneaks a couple of gold into his belt, and it's like clearly he's somebody that's used to dealing with pickpockets or or the rough streets.
You should keep it in your shoe. And Adamant shakes his foot. Where the gold? Where? Clanky.
I have a better place to keep it, and Zandri just kind of adjusts her halter top.
And he just sort of you can't tell whether there's
she was talking to Adamant.
okay.
Oh.
All right. So he's just kind of lost in thought. He doesn't respond.
All right. So
that's pretty compelling evidence for the Gith going to Hrakum.
It is. Who is going to go talk to Joe Ball about our friend here?
I'll do it. Keep an eye on Galibar at the dinosaur market, please. Don't let him do anything stupid.
I'd rather go with Zandri.
I was going.
Oh well, we can all go dinosaur shopping first, and then we can all go together.
All right. Well, we have
no.
Okay, so then are we headed to the mining people next, or are we headed to the market next?
Guys, what do you think?
Well, Zandri's list just became go talk to the merchant prince, and then possibly depending on whether anybody is going to keep an eye on Galibar, drag him along, and then take him to go look at dinosaurs because she's worried about him buying a T-Rex with all of his winnings. Big
He's
honker
not
was
gonna-
bad
he's
enough.
not going to buy a T-Rex. He wants either a smaller dinosaur or a herbivore.
Yes, yes. Chris, the player, says that, but Zandri, the PC, is worried about Galibar being swindled into buying a baby T-Rex or something.
He doesn't want a dinosaur that people eat the people around him.
Oh, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. But
Yeah, he says
they-
that now.
the question is, what will people, like Zandri says, when will the next unscrupulous tabaxi melt out of the crowd with just the perfect thing for Galibar?
Mhm.
We need to get
Which is why
half
I
of
do
the-
want somebody coming with me, but he's not going to buy a T-Rex. He doesn't
Okay.
have. He probably doesn't even have enough gold to buy the T-Rex.
Well, if an unscrupulous tabaxi found that out, they'd probably sell you a runt that was sick or something.
I guess Oyo would do some shopping and then meet up with Gally later and kind of look after him.
Okay. All right.
No, I do got to go buy that saddle.
Okay. So, let us.
I guess that. So nobody's gonna go with Adamant and keep him out of trouble. Okay.
Adamant. Adamant.
The cleric? Okay.
Adamant is a 2-ton cleric.
I'm pretty sure Adamant has exhibited a hefty chunk of responsibility and dependability thus far.
He's the party grandfather.
Yeah,
Oh,
granddad.
hey, granddad.
Grandpa. Poppy.
Okay. The
Galibar just happens to be the party 6-year-old.
And Zandri's the party teenager off in the corner. Nobody understands me.
Yeah.
No, she's really not that bad. I can't stand characters like that.
Yes, she is.
Shh.
Okay. So the next, well, let's just say that our travels will take us over to the Red Bazaar, because that's probably going to be no, I take that back. Everything that Galibar wants to do is all in the same place. It's all at the dinosaur pens area, because that's where they sell the beasts, and that's where they sell all the stuff that are kind of accoutrements going with the beasts.
I thought all the magic items were in the merchant.
Well, if you so you want to go check out the
I want to get the saddle of the cavalry.
right. All right. So you go asking around, and people will tell you, "Oh, try the jewel market," because most of the magic items in town are at the jewel market. Now, that sounds like an odd place to find something like a saddle, but everybody insists that would be the place to go. So, you guys, I'm guessing, will head off there. Saddle of the Cavalier. It is a... Okay. So it is an uncommon item. All right. And then what
I'm
we know...
Picturing Galibar walking between like the dinosaur for sale stalls, just like a kid at a 4-H fair.
I'm going to look at the Dungeon Master's Guide. And we are going to look at...
I would love to
magic
get one
item.
that flies, but I'm pretty sure most of those are force.
Okay. All right. So this is an uncommon magic item, as we have established. And then... and... Okay. All right. So it is designed as you get over there. You tell them that you're looking for, or what do you tell them that you're looking for when you get there? Do you
Probably
know
a
the name of it?
He probably wouldn't know the name of it, but he would have probably heard about a magic saddle that helps people from being knocked off their horse.
Okay. You express that, and the jewel market is clearly a place where deals with upscale clientele. So they're used to people looking for exotic items, and so they lead you over to a group of merchants that have clearly magical type of things. You can see that they're selling potions. You can see a few scrolls. You can see even a couple of weapons that, and maybe some pieces of armor or shields that look like they're magical. And you do notice up there, hanging on the wall, that somebody has what looks like a bridle that you would, that you would put in a horse's mouth, a bridle that is in this area. And so they go up to that particular merchant, and they make introductions. This is a person who's dressed in what looks almost like a costume. You see several of these people that are kind of like guides for high spending customers, taking them to places where they may want to do business. And they introduce you to the merchant. And the merchant is a Cholton woman. And she is a bit older. She looks like she's past middle age and has a little bit of frosting of gray at her temples, and otherwise curly dark hair and the dark velvety skin of the Cholton people. And she says, "Oh, you're looking for a magical saddle. Well, I do have several items, and I may be able to procure such a saddle for you. Right now, I do not have such an item in my inventory. But tell me a little bit more about this saddle. What is it that you have heard about this, or have you ever seen one? Do you?"
I have heard of it being a lot in battle to stop a messenger being knocked off the saddle. I haven't heard much more. It's apparently it's apparently very magic. It's a magical. So I figured I should look here.
Ah, well, you have certainly been led to the most likely portion of the city. Your description gives me more insight that this is an item that the military may use. Tell me, are you going to be in town for a long time or a few more days? I will reach out to my contacts in the Chilton reserves and see if they know which of their craftsmen may be able to uh, find one of these saddles.
What was the second? Well, sorry.
She's basically asking if you're going to be here for a while because sounds like this from your description. It sounds like she may need to talk to some of her contacts that deal with like the militia and find out if there's anybody. So she's probably going to be acting as a broker. She's going to try to find this item for you, buy it for you, get it for you, and then resell it to you. So going through her, she will probably be able to track it down for you, but it also sounds like there's probably going to be a markup because she's not going to, she doesn't have it herself. She'll have to get it from somebody else and then turn around and sell it to you. And looking at the group of you as adventurers, everybody can give me an insight check on this person. See what you think of her. Okay. All right. Yeah. All of you, Zandri as well as Galibar and everyone in between, all of you feel like she's being sincere. The appraisal that Zandri and Adamant get is that she sort of looked you all over, realized that your adventurers probably done the figuring in your head that at least one of you knows how to spot genuine magical items from, stuff that somebody would try to pawn off. And she's not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. So she's being honest that A, she doesn't have it, and B, she probably can find out how to get it. And it's unspoken, but Zandri and Adamant both clearly realize that if she gets this for you, it's going to cost Galibar more than it would if he were able to find one on his own.
Ouch.
He will say, yeah, we'll be here for a while. We're doing some investigating here. So, yeah,
No.
we have some.
Now, Galibar, you should know when the merchant goes and finds the item for you, there's going to be a finder's fee attached.
I know.
All right.
And
I have. I have. He'll lead it and say, he'll lead whispers like, I have a lot of.
Adamant just very lightly taps him on the back of the head. Shh.
That's what we're
Yeah, that's why
worried
he
about,
whispered
Gal.
it.
And she she takes her hands and she presses them to her, like to her chest just below her throat, and she sort of gives a light little or a shallow little bow towards the towards your group, and she says, um, "I will endeavor to find out if such a saddle can be procured in Port Nyanzaru quickly. Um, is there a place where I may send word if I have located one?"
Trade Prince Akini off of the house.
"Ah, you are a guest of our trade prince. Well, bless you. Blessings go with you, my friends. And your name?" She extends a hand towards you, and she announces that her name is Sana. Sana.
My name is Galibar.
And she takes your hand. Sure, her hand is quite small compared to Galibar's. And
most people's hands are quite small compared to Galibar's.
yes, and she gives you a firm handshake, and it's the kind of handshake that just you feel like it's an honest handshake. And then she places her other hand on the back of Galibar's hand and says, "Oh my, your hands are so strong. Are you sure you even need a saddle?" And she gives you a little wink. You could probably wrangle the horse all by yourself.
He'll chuckle and say, "Well, while I'm sure I could handle a horse, this saddle is not just for a horse.
Oh,
My next
well,
stop is the dinosaur."
oh, she says. And then she sort of steps back and she um, touches her chin with two fingers, and she says, "Oh, well, now this is very important. Um, tell me, do you plan to ride a two-legged dinosaur or a four-legged dinosaur?"
It depends on which ones I find. I'm from what I can understand, like the saddles that I'm talking about have where many creatures, including griffins and the like. So I think part of this thing is it can be placed on any map.
And she looks at the two elves. Well, she can tell Oyo is an elf, and I'm going by the images that Zandri has drawn. She gives.
Oh yeah, Zandri looks like a full-blooded drow.
Yeah. She looks at the two elves and she smiles, and it's kind of the smile of someone who's listening to a child tell about something that sounds like amazing and fanciful, and all the adults in the room clearly know is just a wild fairy story. And she says, "Oh, my friend, there are tales of magic items that will adapt themselves to humanoids, certainly. But
I
when
mean, out of
you
character, the saddle of the cavalier does work with every thing. It's not just for
well,
horses.
there's okay. There's usually things have like a creature type. There's like a tag for a creature type, and so magical items are usually keyed to like certain types of creatures. So it's like if one that would be for a
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's large or medium, but I'm not going to be riding a huge. I'm not going to be riding a
Yeah.
huge creature into battle.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I would think that maybe if you wanted a saddle for a magical beast or a magical creature, that would have to be a different saddle than the one that you would use on like a natural creature. But thinking about it, dinosaurs and horses are natural creatures, and if you had something that was large, that would probably work. Might need to have some sort of different straps and things like that if you're going to do it on a two-legged dinosaur. So she suggests that you find out what kind of dinosaur you're going to be riding and then come back to her so that she can find the right saddle, because she understands that the kind of saddle they use on a two-legged dinosaur is very different than the kind of saddle they use on a four-legged. And you've seen that too in the dinosaur racing. They're both designed to allow you to sit upright, and because of the fact that on a two-legged dinosaur, that saddle kind of hangs off of like around their chest. The way the seat is built is slightly different. You wouldn't be able to throw that on the back of a four-legged animal and be able to sit, just like the same way you couldn't take a saddle for a four-legged dinosaur and strap it on to a two-legged one and be able to sit correctly, because then you'd be like looking up at the sky all the time and trying to hold yourself on with your legs instead of being able to sit upright. So she'll suggest that you come back once you know what kind of dinosaur you're going to be able to have, and then she will get you the right kind of saddle. So let us and she knows where to send word of it. She says that she hopes she will have some information in a day or two on where she can procure one and how much it will be. And she promises to tell you that before she gets it for you. All right.
Lovely Sana. It has been a few years since I've been back here at Chot. Could you point me in the direction of a good swordsmith? Or perhaps those who sell magic swords?
We walked, Attica, we walked past a few. Like he said that it's like magic.
Well, she will actually point to a booth somewhere across the space, and she says, "Oh, I would be most happy if you would go and visit my friend, the swordsmith Mezoar." Mezoar makes fine blades, and he works with the best enchanters from the Temple of Gond and from the Temple of and the Temple of Savras to enchant his blades. They are the best craftsmanship you will find in Port Nyanzaru. That I assure you.
Thank you, my fair lady. We bid you well.
All right. So where to next?
Probably Mizor, since it's right across the way.
What's
Or the
Mezzoir?
dinosaur market.
Oh, right. The magic item shop is right there.
Yep.
So
Okay, so you're looking for a run-of-the-mill magic sword, or what are you looking for specifically?
Looking
Wait.
for something pretty simple, like maybe a moon touch sword.
Sword of Dragon Slaying.
Moon-touched sword. Okay. Let's take a look at that.
It's just a magical sword that doesn't give me any bonuses.
Sheds
Okay.
moonlight in a 15-foot radius, it says.
Okay, come on. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Yes. Come on. Ah, there we go. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay, now this is a two-handed sword.
They should come in every variant. Short, scimitar, rapier, longsword, greatsword, double, yada yada.
Oh, they can. They can. All right, here we go.
So just a,
Okay.
maybe a
There.
nice looking short sword.
Looking for a short sword. All right. They will. He has. After you tell him what you're looking for, he smiles and he says, "Oh, my friend, this is your lucky day. I do have one such as this," and he starts to tell you how this sword was enchanted by the by a priest at the Temple of Savras. And in fact, when he pulls out the scabbard and he shows it to you, the scabbard does have some. It's a very fine, smooth leather, and then inlaid on the leather is like a little silver coated plate, like probably a silver coated brass plate, and in that plate there's a design that looks like a very stylized eye, and it's and he tells you that is a symbol of the of Savras, who is a deity of wizards, fortune tellers, diviners, and those who always speak the truth. and that if you go to the temple here in Port Nyanzaru, you can see a wondrous sculpture that they have created, which looks like an enormous crystal ball that's filled with eyes that never blink. And so, he's clearly going to go into this whole explanation about it. And he pulls the blade out a little bit, and you all can indeed see that it looks like it's enchanted. Does anybody want to do any kind of arcana check on this?
Sure, I'll do detect magic.
Okay. All right.
Ooh, that's a natural 20.
Galibar looks magic to you. Zandri, you take a look at this, and oh yeah, it definitely is magical. And with your 20, you recall hearing, maybe it was a conversation years ago that Doraphil was having with somebody during one of your training sessions. And you remember the conversation because you were annoyed that Doraphil was pulled away from the training.
How dare.
But they were talking about different magical weapons that they had dealt with, and they had mentioned a moon touch sword. And Doraphil talked about how the quality of the moonlight that it shed has a rather silvery appearance, and you pull out like a little silver coin, and because he had talked about how it reflects off of actual silver, and you pull out a silver coin and you hold it, and you realize, oh yeah, that's exactly like Doraphil described. So you're convinced that not only is this a magical sword, but this is in fact the moon-touched variety that Oyohusa is looking for.
Oh wow. Oyo, I think this is your sword. This one's for you.
It does look very nice. May I hold it, please?
And he nods to you. He says, oh yes. He says, oh, the grip is very important for the sword. Please feel the balance. See how it loves your hand.
Oh yeah, we'll go into just a series of really fast movements with his sword. Typical like twirling it in his hand between his fingers and the hilt, and he'll just kind of go through these motions, and he'll just test the balance and listen to the sword as it moves through the air.
Well, it certainly does make a has a very pleasing sound as it cuts through the air, and the weight of it is impeccable. I mean, clearly this is a masterwork weapon, and it feels like it belongs in your hand. It's just very comfortable to grip. You can tell it's a metal hilt, but but it almost feels like leather. You touch it, and it's definitely got the tactile sensation of metal, but it just feels like it almost molds itself to you in the way that a leather grip would mold itself to you over time. and that must be one of the kind of magical properties of the weapon, is just to have it feel comfortable no matter how you're gripping it. And but yeah, it's clearly a very nice weapon, and the salesman will continue to go. The merchant will continue to go on about how how fine a weapon it is, and it sounds like he's even going to go and tell you where the ore was mined if you'll let him.
Sure.
So he blah blah blah. He goes on. I don't know how long you want to sit there and listen.
Yeah.
How much are you asking for it?
Isn't this just a common magic item?
And he
The
will.
whole time, Adamant's bullshit detector is on full blast.
Yeah. He will say, "Oh, this is a bargain at 150 gold."
That is a bar.
I mean, isn't this just a common magic item? Those top up are like 50 gold.
Well, I was thinking about possibly giving it to as a gift for a kini offer, but I do not know. And Oyo just kind of looks at him.
And he smiles at you and he says, "Oh, for a gift for our trade prince. This is a fine weapon, yes, but for the trade prince, would we not want to perhaps give her something more special?" And he's clearly going to try to steer you towards something that's a lot more expensive. That
Oyo like kind of like forcibly pushes it back in his sleeve, closed.
uh-huh.
Are you saying that my gift would not please our benefactor?
I do not, sir. I do not know how close you and the trade prince
No,
are.
you do not. Do not presume. Now, how much were you wanting for this sword now? And Oyo will like try to kind of just slowly give it back to him and act very nonchalant, like he's about to leave.
And he says, "Oh, it is for you, sir. 125 gold."
You strike a hard bargain, my friend, but I will pay this price. And Oyo will pay the man.
And he seems very appreciative, and he puts it sword, scabbard, and everything. They wrap it in a velvet cloth with. They put a pair of silk ribbons around it and tie it off, and that's apparently all part of the presentation. It's very nice burgundy, deep burgundy cloth, and some very striking silver ribbons that they tie it with.
Very nice.
Silver colored ribbons. And he hands it to you kind of very formally with both hands, holding it just on his palms so you can lift it off of them if you wish. And he thanks you for your business. And he then looks to the rest of you to see if any of the rest of you are interested in buying anything.
Do you have anything that would kill dragons?
I'm pretty sure anything here would kill dragons.
Okay.
Zandri's asking just kind of in an offhand, joking way. She doesn't really expect him to have something like that. But if he does, I mean.
You hear you hear a noise behind you, and it's the noise of a dwarf clearing his throat.
Oh, hello,
Seems our
Barack.
Seems our friend has found us.
If that's Barack, Zandri's gonna lean in really, really close. And
What? I'm sorry, you got cut off a little bit
Oh,
there, Gaunty.
yeah, if that's Barack who's clearing.
Oh
his
yeah,
throat,
it's
yeah. Zandri
is.
leans in really close and just under her breath. Not you.
And he gives you sort of an amused look, like, you know, as if to say, as great of a warrior as you are, that would be a great accomplishment. If you even thought that you could find a weapon.
Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Pat, pat, pat.
Yes, exactly. But he does just sort of give you a little quizzical look, and then he just sort of he's gonna let you go ahead and find out. So you ask, is there anything that will kill a
Age.
dragon? All right, so dragon. Let's see. All right, I think there's a yes. There is. There is one here. Oh. He looks at you and he says, my friends, I will be very honest with you. I know most of the magical items that come in and out of the jewel market. And it has been some time, perhaps a decade, since I have seen a genuine sword of dragon slaying. I have heard in the past year of 6 merchants who are not part of the jewel market who claim to have had a sword of dragon slaying that they have sold to adventurers who then went off into the jungles and probably never made it past the first grung encampment they ran across. But I would not try to deceive you. So no, my lady, I do not have a sword of dragon slaying, and I do not believe you will find one in Port Nyanzaru, at least not one for sale.
Well, more's the pity. Not particularly upset about it. She just kind of smiles and shrugs.
I would like to find some good bracers of defense, but do you have any suggestions?
Ah, well, my specialty is weapons. Now, if you are looking for defensive armor, the bracers of defense, I would advise you to go, and he points to yet another area of the jewel market, and he says, you will find this list is so short. See if I can find some more. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. You could find a Philly human. You might go find Corian Urthadar over at the Shadow Dancer's Shield is the name of his stall. And Shadow Dancers. Whoops. Shadow Dancers Shield. Okay. And he points to an area and says, he sells some of the finest defensive magic items that I have seen in all of Chult.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for his time, and start heading that way.
Okay.
Is that on the way to the dino thing? Or should we split up? I don't know.
Well,
It's yet another stall in this same market.
Okay. That works out. Okay.
Barack,
Yes.
would you care to go look at Shiny Metal and talk to miners and
Oh.
material salesmen?
Oh, yes. Yes, that would be fine. Fine.
Okay. I will take Barack with me. He'll keep me out of trouble.
Okay.
Perhaps I'll keep him out of trouble.
So, you guys go off.
I don't think there's a single thing you could do to keep him from doing anything.
All right. You all head off, and you'll go over there. In the meantime, Oyohusa, you can go, and you find that Quarian indeed has some very intricate looking. Oh, phooey. Come on. Copy that. And then paste. No. Dang it. Okay, I'm going to have to save this stupid. Sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you can just copy an image and paste it directly into Discord, and sometimes it makes you save it and then paste it into Discord from a file. I don't know why it does that, but today is the day of technology challenge. We're going over here, and we'll just do okay. And we will put this into here, here, here. There you go. And then he has a very nice ornate set of bracers of defense. And he actually is happy to sell you these for what you, Oyohusa, would think of as something of a markup. but it's probably because you're buying it at the upscale market. And he's charging you 350 gold for it. No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
I was about to say deal so fast.
Okay, yeah, this one is rare. It's not uncommon. Yeah, he will ask 2,500 for it. Which
All right.
you would guess that in Waterdeep you could probably get it for close to half that.
Yeah.
Maybe less, but this is kind of like going to going into Saks Fifth Avenue and buying a bottled water from the checkout, from the thing in the checkout lane, where they're probably going to charge you $3.50 for a bottle of water that you could walk out into the mall and buy from a vending machine for 75 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oyo would politely tell him that it's a little out of his price range.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
him for his time.
Okay.
Rare magic items can be anywhere from, what was it, 500 to 5,000?
Yes.
Or was it 10,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
500 to 5,000 is the range. All right. Galibar has been extremely patient. So let's go take a look at dinosaurs, and then we'll circle back to Adamant, looking at the... Oh,
Now-
what?
Now, Gally, I want you to promise me no tyrannosaurs. Whatever else you may find.
I'm not going to get a dinosaur that will eat.
You promise?
I'm going with him. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm going with him too.
Oh,
Promise?
I promise.
Okay. Thank you.
how are you even sure that you can control these dinos?
I rode one.
Okay.
And
So-
I'm good with
That does not mean that you did not get lucky.
T-Rex.
And we go to the dino market.
Okay. So, let's take a look. You are looking at what? You're looking at mainly herbivores. Is that what you want?
Herbivores and omnivores.
Herbivores and omnivores.
Basically
Okay.
something that can eat vegetables.
Okay. Now, are you when you talk about buying one, they begin to ask you a whole bunch of questions, and all three of you can give me insight checks, because I think there's three of you going along, right?
Yeah, group of 3.
Okay.
It's either 10, it's always either 10 or below for
So, Zandri, you're pretty sure that these questions are all designed to try to match up the purchaser with the creature that is going to suit the purchaser the best. So you're pretty sure that these guys are on the up and up. Now, Galibar, they start to ask you things like, what do you envision the role of this dinosaur to be? Because clearly here in Schult, you've seen dinosaurs filling all kinds of roles. Some of them are basically like beasts of burden, where they're pulling wagons, or they're acting as like draft animals. There's riding animals that some people ride like horses. There's obviously racing animals that they use for the dinosaur races. So what would your primary need in a dinosaur be? Would it be a draft animal, a mount, or what?
Probably a mount, but he would also possibly be like.
Okay, you're breaking up. Yeah, primarily a mount, but also what?
Primarily a mount, but also he is also open to having one as a pet.
A pet. Okay. All right.
If you want to look for the exact, pretty much the exact one I'm looking for as a mount would be a Hadrosaurus. They're like CR1/4.
Okay,
and they're large.
All right, so you do have the idea of a hadrosaur. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look here at the
Because I doubt I'd be able to afford a Triceratops.
Yeah. Well, now that doesn't do me any good here. Okay, so I'm going to have to go to my old friend Google.
You're trying to find out what they look like?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find an image.
I can post you a picture.
Okay. So that's weird.
They look a lot like Iguanodon. Yeah.
That's weird, because now in the monster manual, yeah, in the monster, it's a semi-quadruped. Okay. So
it's in Bolo's guide.
I posted a picture for you, Gally.
Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, Hadrosaurus.
Yeah, they're CR1/4.
Okay. Then they will tell you that a Hadrosaurus, they'll start to explain that they are able to be bought and sold up to 1 year old. But once they get past a year, they've started to get to a point where it gets to be really tough to train them. And they recommend that when you purchase your dinosaur, you also purchase the 4-year advanced dinosaur training package that comes with it, where they have licensed dinosaur trainers that will help to keep the beast trained for the type of environment that you'll have it in, and if there's any particular tasks that you'll normally be doing with it, they will sort of focus on that. It's like a comprehensive purchase where they not only sell you the creature, but they also have a relationship with you and the dinosaur after the purchase to make sure that you get many long, happy years with your dinosaur. And so essentially, you get the impression that this is sort of like the extended warranty they're trying to sell you.
How
Now
much good is
you-
that going to be after we go home, though?
And then when do you pipe up and say that?
Yeah. I mean, Zandri's here partly to make sure Gally doesn't get taken advantage of, so yeah.
And they say, "Oh, home. So you're not relocating to Port Nyanzaru. Where is home for you?"
Waterdeep,
Waterdeep.
City of
Ah,
Specters.
yes. Well, do you? Well, then of course, sir, you have the proper licenses from the city of Waterdeep to keep an exotic creature like a dinosaur within the city. Do you not?
I mean, I am the champion of the arena there, so I'm sure I could.
Oh, well, that is wonderful news, sir. That is wonderful news. But the code legal from Waterdeep is legendary across all of Faerun, and we have had several people that have purchased dinosaurs from us in the past, and that are from Waterdeep. But we had a very strongly worded message from no less than the Masked Lords of Waterdeep as a body some 20 years ago that told us that if we ever sold a dinosaur to an unlicensed, um, an unlicensed citizen again, that they would make our lives very difficult. So we do need to have the license in place before we could sell you a dinosaur that you plan to keep in Waterdeep.
Can I inside check that?
You sure can. $11. Well, I'm sorry. 15. 11 and 15. Oyo, neither one of you have ever heard about this before, but Galibar, you remember when you had to register to join the arena. Now, you got lucky in the fact that you were working with someone like Dorafil, who was very conscientious, but you remember thinking your hand was going to fall off from the number of times you had to sign your name on different pieces of paper that were related to your being registered with the gladiatorial guild and the salary that you were getting and the kind of housing they were going to. It seemed like there was some sort of form for everything that you had to go through, and you felt like you were there half a day just signing papers. So it's possible. And Oyo, you've never heard of a license for exotic creatures, but you would imagine that the first time an exotic creature went and tore up something in town, Waterdeep's masked lords are just the kind of people that would develop a whole set of laws that would deal with that situation. So it's plausible, but you don't know that it actually exists.
Because I mean, Oyo would know that like part of their imports is exotic things. It's kind of one of their trades. Because I know that Netherwinder is considered like the jewel of the North, or the wondrous city. So I wouldn't be surprised. I guess Oyo would say something like, he's going to try to directly influence this purchase.
Okay.
Well, I honestly do not expect the animal to live past the time that we are on these shores, or perhaps we could even let it go free before we go home. I do not see the need for such wanties.
Galibar gives him a very pointed glare.
And the seller looks positively scandalized. He takes a step back and he looks at Oyohusa and he says, "Do you know how dangerous the jungles would be for a juvenile creature who has been raised from the egg by a breeder? The creature has not learned how to fend for itself from the others of its kind. It would be defenseless. That would be cruel to allow such a creature to go in the jungle."
I'm sure when my friend said let it go free, he meant to someone in the city who would take good care of it if we were unable to bring it home.
Naturally.
Well, I would certainly hope that if you found you needed to adopt the creature out, you would allow us to assist with the placement. I mean, we know many of the reputable and, more importantly, the disreputable sorts that you would not want a pet to go to, because they might wind up suffering horribly at the hands of someone who would treat them ill. And he's still looking now both at Galibar and Oyo with a little bit of suspicion, like he's not really sure
Naturally.
what their game is.
Can I try to give a little bit of a persuasion check here? Zandri will lean in and try to be soothing. Naturally. Of course, every creature on the planet deserves to be treated with love and respect. And she'll kind of try to angle her amulet around her neck so that it catches the light a little bit. And I'm sure that my friend Galibar here would be especially conscientious about taking.
I didn't intend to leave it here. I was going to, while we were off in the jungle, I was going to leave it at the state. But I'm gonna need a license.
But of course, we have to prepare for alternate outcomes.
Galibar, though he looked very happy the entire day, looks like all of the wind just left his sails.
Do you happen to know, since you're so familiar with paperwork, is there any moratorium on importing small dinosaurs?
Well, the licensing, as I understand it, and of course I am not a legal expert on all of Waterdeep's laws, but the licensing, as I understand it, applies to all exotic creatures. For example, if it is well known that they breed griffins as part of the aerial cavalry in Waterdeep, no? Is that not
yes.
correct? Well, everyone who is involved with that entire process of breeding and caring for and training those griffins has to be specially licensed. And it is the same for any kind of exotic creature, whether it would be a mountain lion that might cause someone harm were it to get free, or whether it is a magical beast. And a dinosaur is no different. I mean, they are, even the smallest of them, the smallest ones survive because of their massive nature. And if you leave it in the wrong place around too many gnomes, well, if it gets very hungry and hasn't been trained properly, I would fear for the gnomes.
Well, we tried.
Oyo will lean in as Zandri and give Galibar earmuffs. I have to take care of this.
Gally! And Zandri will kind of jump up and throw her arms around Galibar's shoulders from behind, kind of piggyback style, and use her biceps to kind of clog his ears and immediately start, Gally, why don't we go and look at some of the other dinosaurs and see if we can fill out some forms here or research this? And she'll just kind of like pull him away.
Galibar turns around completely unhindered by the added weight and just walks away.
Okay.
Zandri
so-
goes on to for the ride.
He can easily lift like 2,000 pounds.
Yeah, so 165 is nothing. So yeah, Zandri just kind of hangs on for the ride like a little sloth.
So, what did you want to try to do?
So wait a minute. So Galibar's not really interested in getting a dinosaur anymore.
He looks like he very much still wants one, but he's kind of like he's been told that it's going to be much harder than he thought to get one. And he is most likely not going to be able to get one while he is here for the first time.
I'll turn to the merchant and say, yes, I could see the need maybe for a permit for a pet or mount or whatever you say it is. But how about if we classified it as meat? Could we possibly designate it as a exotic import of meat?
And
We're
then
gonna get us banned.
and you can just see the merchant. He begins to quiver, and then his arm shoots
You
out,
just went to a pet
pointing-
store and asked for a bunny to kill.
pointing to the exit of
That
the
is not
breeding
okay.
area, and he just shrieks, "Out! Out! Immediately! Leave!"
No, you misunderstand me. It's just for show. It's just paper.
And he takes his books that he has and he slams them closed, and he takes he walks back to the back and he closes the curtains, and you just hear, "Out! Out! Out!"
Yes, my friend. I heard you the first time.
And
You're mad.
Please tell the other dinosaur vendors goodbye. And Oyo will.
You did that over.
What you need?
and
It's
so
a good thing
that-
Galibar did not hear that.
and it clearly there's a ruckus, and Oyo said something that upset the dinosaur vendor, and you see him going off, and Galibar, you're kind of walking in and you're sort of wondering what's going on there. Zandri is trying to make sure that you haven't overheard anything that's too upsetting to you. And then before you know it, you see you round a corner and you see not one, but you see two tabaxi who have a very docile looking, probably half-grown Hadrosaurus
No.
that is hooked up to a light wagon, and it's the kind of wagon that a regular like riding horse could pull. It's a very lightweight thing. It's not, but the one wheel has fallen off of this wagon, and they are arguing with each other. And this Hadrosaurus is standing there, kind of looking a little bit crestfallen itself, and is just sort of leaning over and munching at the leaves of some shrubbery over there. And these tabaxi are just, seems like
Insight
they're
check.
blaming
Are-
each other. Go
Insight
ahead.
check. Are they actually stuck?
Go ahead.
5.
Yeah, they are really stuck, and in fact, it
Oh.
looks like they could use some help.
Oh
What?
no, Gally,
Oh.
hang on. Okay, let me. And Zandri will jump down. Do you folks need some help here?
We do. Oh, this has been the most terrible day of all. We've had just the worst luck.
Oh, and Zandri will put a hand on the cart and kind of lean over to inspect the wheel. Does it look like a quick fix?
It looks like the wheels are held on with a fastener, and it looks like the fastener has come loose and slipped out, and it's allowed the wheel to slide off the hub. So of course
Oh.
the whole corner of the cart has tipped down.
Hey,
Um,
Gally,
yeah.
Gally, can you lift
Yeah.
this?
Sure thing.
And
Wait, crap. Really? Hopefully I can actually. My character.
just go ahead and give me a strength check. Like I said, this is a light wagon. It doesn't look like it's terribly heavy.
Yeah, my character
and-
sheet is no longer loading, so I'm going to have to. That's my strength score is 20, so that's a +5.
Yeah, so just
Yeah.
D20 plus 5. Oh, easily. And Zandri, the wheel, it's a spoked wheel, kind of like a wagon wheel. With Zandri's strength, she can easily pick that up and maneuver it
Right.
into
Go.
place. And when you do, as you lift up the wagon and you get the wheel on there, you can now see under the wagon where it looks like that fastener has fallen off and is on the ground. You couldn't see it at first because of the way the wagon was sort of leaning over, but now that it's there, it looks like you can find it right there on the ground. And
Yeah,
pick it
there
up.
we go. There's the wheel back on. Is this the offending party? And she holds up the little piece. I'm just
And-
picturing all this happening as they're going on about their bad day, like inside of 3 seconds.
And
Imagine like Oyo shows up about this time, catches up.
they look at you both, and they clasp their furry little hands to their faces, and they go, "Oh, bless you," and they come up and they give you both hugs, and they say, "Oh, this has been so sad. We have just come from selling the last of the items from our poor dear father's estate when he passed away last week, and
Oh dear.
we were headed to the market here so that uh, we could sell poor Haggy and sell the wagon, um, because we must leave. Uh, we must leave Port Nyanzaru. So we are just in the process of selling the last of our possessions. And
At this point, Gally, Zandri's a city girl. She's gonna check her coin purse and remember that strangers giving her hugs is a pickpocket trick.
okay, go ahead and
So-
check your.
Yeah, she's just gonna casually check her coin purse here.
Okay, Zandri still has all of her coins.
Okay, so relax. This is perfectly legit. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no problem.
And Oyohusa, you
Yeah.
walked up in time to see them throw hugs around. They were not looking like they were fishing for anybody's coin purse when they did.
Okay.
You know, you have that incredible passive perception, so yeah, you would have noticed if they were trying to pick anybody's pocket. But now, you know, they have moisture at the corners of their eyes, and they seem very sad talking about their relative. And they one of them reaches up and pets the flank of the dinosaur and says, it's going to be so sad to say goodbye to our dear Haggy here. Haggy has been just the most wonderful creature. Was our father's companion for the last 3 years after our mother passed away.
3 years. It looks kind of young for that.
Well, do you know how long it takes dinosaurs to mature?
Do I know how
Why don't you give me an intelligence check?
long? Okay, just straight intelligence.
Yeah.
10.
10. Okay.
Now wait a minute. Given that we just heard the salesman in there telling us that they could only be trained for up to a year while they were young.
Yes, and this one clearly it looks like a juvenile because it has that look like one that's not fully matured. So it's probably not an adult, but it's hooked up to a wagon, and it's not going crazy like it's unused to being hooked up to a wagon.
I guess that's legit.
So you know, it's kind of like if you had a 3-year-old horse, or maybe no, that's not even, because a 3-year-old horse is fully grown.
No, 4.
4. Okay. Well, all right. So Zandri, something that's more something that we would recognize around the house, a 40-pound Saint Bernard. You look at a 40-pound Saint Bernard, clearly that thing is not a little baby puppy, but it's also not fully grown yet. It's somewhere in between, right? So that's kind of what you're looking at. You're looking at, you don't know how to gauge dinosaur. Is this a teenage dinosaur? Is this like a 3rd grade dinosaur? Or, a dinosaur that's in high school? You don't know.
What do we have here, Zandri?
Oh, we were just helping them get their wheel back on. You know, it fell off. Nothing
Oh.
too major.
And
Greetings.
Greetings. And of course, the saddest part about it is our dear father loved Hattie so much. We don't know, and we're not going to know whether he will have a home with someone that really cares for him. And
Oh my goodness, what seems to be the problem?
and they kind of just dissolve in the tears, and they'll let the two of you explain to your friend what's going on.
Oh, their father passed away last week, and they've been selling off his estate, so it's a very emotional time for them.
Oh,
you know.
oh my goodness, how much have you raised?
And they look at you, and now when they look at you, they kind of clutch at their bags a little bit more closely. Like you're asking them about how much they've raised. Like, okay, now they're going to treat you like you're the potential pickpocket. Or at least that's the impression they're given.
I guess I'll try to insight him when I heard him crying about their
Okay,
sob story, blah blah blah.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Well, Ken, you know several things. For one thing, you know this is clearly a domesticated dinosaur. It clearly is used to probably being used as a beast of burden to pull things around. You also clearly know that these are two grade A con artists. You doubt that this dinosaur or this wagon even belongs to them. Certainly, there's no deceased relative. There's no the fact that Galibar has been looking for a dinosaur, and that these two showed up. Wow, that's way too convenient.
All right, who are we staying with? Amani, what was her name?
Akiniafa.
Akiniafa. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. You know, we are good friends with the trade prince, Akiniafa. Matter of fact, we are guest of hers. Come with us and tell her your story, and I'm sure she'd be willing to help you, no? And Oyo just looks at him.
And, there's... To the other two of you, the waterworks just suddenly disappear very quickly, and suddenly they are very anxious about the fact that they need to catch a boat that is supposed to leave probably within the next hour or two. And they say, "Oh, we must get to the docks very quickly. Oh, we will just have to hope that Haggy has a..." Actually, one of them says Haggy, and one of them says Jerry.
Jerry?
And,
oh no, friends! I'm sure there'll be another boat. Come, let us help you. You surely need it.
Oh, yeah, it's been such a horrible day for you so far. Let us make it a little better. Unlike Oyo, Zandri means it.
Oh, no, you are very kind. You are far too kind. And then everybody give me a... And yes, Ken, I'm going to ask you to do it because you're actively engaged in a conversation. Everybody give me a perception check. That actually works out really well, Galibar. Okay, and Oyo, you too. Okay, Galibar, while they have been talking, you've kind of been fascinated by this dinosaur, and you've sort of been overlooking it. You want to see if it's being well treated, and it looks like it is, and everything. And then you hear a whistle, like a person whistling, and Oyo, you hear that whistle too, and you hear a name, and it says Fukini. Oh, Fukini. Fukini. And when you hear that name, the dinosaur's head perks up and turns in the direction that
Oh
that's
God,
coming
it
from.
was stolen.
and it just sort of starts to trundle off and turn around and begin to go. And as soon as it does, the two tabaxi, one of them goes one way, one of them goes the other way, and they're just gone.
Oh. What was that? Was that what I think it was?
Oh, they said that they had a boat to catch. I don't know. Let's go.
Zandri just kind of looks over at Galibar and is. I'm starting to think that it's a bad idea to talk to cats.
As Gally, that's the first thing that popped into my head when you said that.
Galibar just says, "Well, some cats are actually nice," and just starts walking. Because he actually has talked to cats.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I didn't mean the four-legged ones. And Zandri just jogs to catch up.
All right. Let's do one more quick thing, and we'll take a little break. Adamant.
Yes.
You were going to the mining exchange, right?
Yes.
And you were going along with Barack,
Yeah.
and actually Chandler Duran will go with you all as well. And so when you get to the mining exchange, you see a fudge. Oh, I think I closed it, didn't I? I did. Okay. And then this is now, and it's okay, and it's okay. You go to the exchange and you meet a dwarf who introduces himself as Davgion Diamond Death
Davkion, Diamond Death.
at the mining exchange. There you go. In the Discord. So he says, "Oh, how can I help you?"
Well, I've come to peruse any materials you might have for sale. Also, I've come with some questions.
Well, what types of things are you looking to purchase?
Well, I am a smith, so I am interested in different kinds of metals.
Ah,
Perhaps things that I can only find down here in Cholt and not in Waterdeep.
oh, well, Chult is Chult has a Chult has a few metals that are unique to this area, but I'm afraid that they've been harder and harder to come by these last few years uh, since both Rakamar and the Wormheart mine uh, are no longer exporting.
I've heard. But I have
Yes.
high hopes.
The the dwarves there, they were renowned for creating two very special alloys of mithril. One was an alloy called Yogrolium, and the other was an alloy called Caspalt. Now they have different properties, but what types of things were you planning to make? Were you looking at making something more of a weapon, or were you looking at making something more of a warding nature,
Well,
or a
I was-
tool?
I was hoping to get enough materials for both a weapon and a shield.
Ah, a weapon and a shield. Well, if you want a shield, then you would want. I wish I had some Caspalt to sell you. Caspalt is not an element, mind you, or not a metal, mind you, that you would create an entire shield out of. For by itself, it would be far too brittle. But Caspalt, when it is alloyed with other metals and fused in with mithril, it gives a rigidity and a strength that is even greater than, some people say it's even greater than the strength of adamantine itself.
As he starts taking little notes.
Now, the other metal that came out of the Wormheart mine was Yogrelium, or Yogrolium. Yes, Yogrolium. And Yogrolium is a metal that can focus the arcane enchantments into very specific patterns. And depending on how the Yogrolium is infused or inlaid into a weapon, let us say, it can channel the arcane energies to make it most effective against one type of magical defense or type of magical defense.
In-
Yes, it is a wonderfully this Yogrolium. Now, I'm not sure what ever happened over at Rakamar and why they have quit exporting. I suppose it's possible that they exhausted the veins of Caspalt and Yogrolium they were mining, but I don't know.
Hopefully, things will work out in a way that is not the case soon.
Well, I tell you what, if anybody ever reopened the mines there and had the product flowing from Rakamar, it would be the greatest boom the economy of Port. That whole wretched business with the death curse. Now, my friends, no need to, I do not mean to be morbid, but you must understand, as someone who has lived in Port Nyanzaru for 20 years, you've never seen the amount of adventure tourists who came through Port Nyanzaru when the rumors of the death curse first appeared. I mean, I expected whole new cities to spring up in the jungle just from people going off to look for that horrible soulmonger.
Now, we are going to be going on an excursion of our own.
Oh, you are? You'll be headed into the jungle then?
And beyond.
Well, if you're going into the jungle, then I must say you should find your way to one of the agents of Quaothi. Quaothi, she makes the finest insect repellents in all of Port Nyanzaru. And either her or her agents will be able to sell you the most effective ointments and candles and even a kind of aromatic mist that you can spritz on yourself and keep the insects from biting you. With all the poison insects out in the jungle. Now, you, sir, may not need that, but your companions here, and he points to Chandler and to Barat Clanghammer, certainly they would want to keep the insects off of them.
Oh, I'm sure. Now, about other questions.
Yes, yes.
The reason we're going on our excursion has to do with some visitors you had a while back in the city.
Some visitors?
Indeed.
Okay.
That would be the gift.
Oh. To get Yankee.
Indeed.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I must say I never had the displeasure of speaking to them, but I have heard tales. They're most terrible people.
Indeed. They hit Waterdeep not too long ago.
Oh,
Did much
So-
damage.
you mean they attacked the city?
Indeed. Took many prisoners.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Tell me, you're a smith. What sort of armaments or weapons? Did they have any kind of unusual weapons that they were using?
They use silver weapons, silver great swords, silver long
great
swords.
Hmm.
And from what I've been told, when they hit you, it hurts your mind as well.
Oh. Well, eh, perhaps then. hmm, Perhaps then they were. Perhaps those swords were treated with an alloy of Yogrolium. If these swords are designed to somehow affect the mind or penetrate the defenses of the mind, perhaps it's Yogrolium that they were. I wonder if those Githyanki were headed to Harakamar. That would be
That
horrifying.
is highly possible.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Someone should tell the trade princes about this.
That is who we're working with.
Oh, oh, oh. And he smiles. He says, oh, well, you know, it is always said that in the hour of Port Nyanzaru's need, the right trade princes come along. It seems as though, even though Ubtao may have turned his face away from Chult as a whole, that he still has a soft spot for us. The trade princes are already involved in this, then yes, that is good. That is good. So, what can I help you with?
Well, I was wondering if you had any direct contact with the gift, but you just said that you did not.
No, I did not. I did not. And I don't believe that at least none of my colleagues here did. At least none who will say anything to us did.
Who would they go to buy mining equipment?
Well, if the lore I have heard of Githyanki is true, they are said to travel across the astral sea. So they could have come here with their mining equipment already.
That is possible.
If they have some sort of magical means, they may not need traditional mining equipment. I mean, I have heard, I've never seen it done, but I have heard tell that there are powerful clerics who can practically move the earth with just calling a spell. If you could carve out a tunnel of the earth with magic, then what would you need with chisels and picks and hammers?
Even the clerics of Moradin still do traditional mining.
Oh, yes, and he looks at Barak Clanghammer as a fellow dwarf, and he says, "Well, of course, because dwarves respect the earth. There are far too many of the gods that teach their clerics that the earth is simply their plaything. Of course, the All-Father the Creator, would ask us to be very careful and diligent and make creations with our hands and the sweat of our brow, to remind us of all the effort that Moradin himself went through in the process of creation."
But just on the off chance, because the more information we have, the better. Who would they buy normal equipment from if they were to say, equip a bunch of stolen slaves with mining?
Well, I would think that if they made a large purchase, they would go through us if they did it here in Port Nyanzaru. Now, since I am unaware of any such large purchases, there can be two potential reasons for that. One is that they made a deal with someone off the books, shall we say. Another is that they went through non-traditional means, such as such as going through pirates or other means of procuring their materials?
They seem to be rather direct. It may seem like a strange question, but have you had any strange sales that you don't quite remember, but you woke up with a really bad headache?
No. No, I have not. I have not. That's a curious question.
Has anybody else that works here?
No.
That's a good sign.
And you get the sense of Adamant in talking with the fact you realize there was like 100 cell swords. Then 100 people is a lot of people. And you saw how the one guy reacted when there were a number of saddles and riding equipment and stuff that was taken from him. You get the sense that if there was a large amount of inventory missing, that would be noticed and be unusual.
Yeah.
And the fact that this guy can't recall it, they probably didn't deal with these people. So that may give Adamant the impression that either they didn't buy equipment or they had equipment elsewhere
Right.
that they were going to use for it.
Well, I thank you for your time. And I'm glad they did not hit you as well.
Okay. And as you head back to the Akini Alpha's villa, Barack Klanghammer will mention to you, he says, well, there's another disturbing possibility, Adamant.
What might that be, Brock?
Of course, you know that in the mines, we created all of our own mining equipment.
Oh. That is true.
It could simply be that the Githyanki thought they would overpower whoever has been there.
Overpower or ally with.
Or ally with them, yes.
I believe allying with them is a much more disturbing proposition. And one we should be prepared for.
Which leads me to believe that the cell swords who were taken, they probably were not intended to have their labor used in Chult at all, except perhaps as porters, that they were destined for some other location.
Before we go back to the villa, I need to talk to Jobal. We found one of the cell swords.
Yeah, we all need to talk to him.
Yes.
Well, it is.
And he wants to get out of here.
The sellsword does.
Yes, he has no desire to even go into the jungle ever again. He escaped from the Githyanki after they purchased them. Complete with air quotes.
Oh. Well, yes, you do that. I am going to head back to the villa. Chandler, are you coming? And he says, oh, of course, Brock. Let's go.
Oh, how did your reacquainting with Rory go?
Oh, it was good. It was good.
Better than you hoped?
It was better than I feared, yes. And in
Good.
fact, I think he may be willing to come back home once
Yes.
we have secured Rakabar again.
And remember, you're not in that fight alone, friend. We won't let you go there alone.
Well, I thank you. And he reaches up and he pats your metal arm, and then he waves to Chandler, and they trundle off towards the Merchant Prince Villa.
He goes to meet up with the others.
Okay. All right.
So we all meet up like right after that dinosaur incident.
Yeah. You go to meet up with the others. I think we need to take a little break. I have 40 after the hour.
hmm
So let's take 10 minutes.
10
Okay.
minutes. Okay. Be back in
Yeah.
10. Later, guys.
Yep. Be back in 10.
Later. I'm here.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Ah, Ash. You made it.
I'm
Hello.
here.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right. So, gosh, take a. How many sessions have we been in Chult now? Take a. What should be a 4-hour excursion and turn it into like 5 sessions with the things that everybody wants to do. But that's fine. That's fine. It's allows us to find more interesting people in the world and talk to them and see what it is that they're up to. All right. So, where were we going? We were going to go see Joe Ball, correct?
Yes,
On the
and
way
I have
back.
to update them.
All right. So we're heading back to Joe Ball, and you find find someone who can direct you to his residence, and you can see that probably fitting for someone who made his fortune as a guide in the jungle. His Merchant Prince Villa is the one that's closest to the jungle over here, kind of on the east side of town, if you will. And so, what would you like to? You go in there, and they will
Ask to
show
see
you
him.
in. Okay, servant will show you in, and typical opulent place. You notice that whereas Akini Afa's decor is tasteful and has a bit of elegance about it, and she kind of understates in terms of how she's decorated her past as a someone connected to the arena. This guy, Joe Ball, everything screams exotic treasures, jungle ruins, all this kind of stuff. He's got idolatry from God knows where, but probably taken out of temples in the jungle. And he looks like he tends to favor idolatry. The more lewd it is, the more prominently he has it displayed. He's one of those kinds of he's one of those kinds of characters, and he's got all kinds of masks that look like they easily probably could have been death masks that probably were on people's tombs that he has just hanging on his wall. Items that are in gold, items that are carved out of bone, items that are adorned with precious jewels.
I feel like I should
just-
consecrate this place.
Well, you get part of you gets the feeling that if you tried to consecrate it, you might take some psychic damage from all the bad juju. That's
Nobody. He goes. Nobody touch anything. Half of this stuff is probably cursed. Don't
so
let this man into your personal life.
when after you have a few minutes to sit and look around in the waiting area where you it's like a sunroom type of thing where you've been led to sit. Joe Paul comes in, and he is wearing a looks like he probably came out of the pool. He's got what you can see are rather short, probably would be like swim trunks that are on underneath a very fancy silk robe that is tied off kind of loosely, and that appears to be pretty much all he has on, except for some slippers that are on his feet. And he's got a little, beads of water on his arms. Look like he was probably swimming in a pool or something.
Hello, Joe Ball.
Well, hello, my friends. It's a pleasure to see you.
We come bringing some good news and some bad news.
And a few questions.
Oh, okay. Well, please sit.
Which would you like?
You take
first?
refreshments. Oh, well, I prefer to conclude on a good note, so let's start with the bad news.
Oh, well, I can't give you the bad news without giving you the good news first. We found one of the cell swords that the Githyanki stole.
You did?
Yes. He is, however, utterly terrified and wishes to leave Cholt.
Well, now. Did you have the man's name?
It is
You
West.
know, it slips our mind. Pointed look at Adamant.
If we wish to get anything from him, we have to be forward, Zandri.
Yes, but there's certain things that, maybe we should get ironed out before we offer anything else.
He's not going to offer anything if he doesn't have information.
Our questions would be, well, my personal one would be, how much is it to purchase a slave usually?
Well, that depends on the nature of the work and the length of the contract. For, let's say, a household servant, you might be looking at as little as a silver a day if you were going to purchase them for an entire year. And then you would be responsible, of course, for paying for their room and board and clothing. Now, if you wanted a slave for a more dangerous task, let's say someone like a sellsword, then that might be as much as 5 gold a day. If you were looking for an extremely short term, probably, for a 10-day or so, would probably be at least 100 gold for that length of time.
And my next question would be, exactly how much value would you place on answers to the question pertaining to your other missing cell swords and possibly revenge?
And he gives you kind of a quizzical look because he's not sure he quite understands.
What I mean to say
where
is,
you're-
you had an unsettling experience, and you lost some of your merchandise. And her mouth kind of twists at the word. How much value would you place on answers to what happened to them, and potentially a little bit of comeuppance for the people that wronged you?
Well, the knowing what happened to them would bring peace of mind to an extent. Now you must understand that I wish to see the people. The term merchandise is so distasteful, but the people who were taken from their opportunity to pay off their debt to society. I wish to see them returned to Chult or to Port Nyanzaru safe and sound. Now, if in the bargain there's an opportunity to also pay off their debt to the system, then that would be wonderful.
Well,
But
I'm
yes.
sorry to say that if the one person that we found is any indication, he got away early. The others, if they are still alive, will not be in any shape to do so.
The
Oh,
truth is, they're
Is-
most likely dead.
Yes. Or working in mines.
oh dear. Oh
No.
dear.
Now, with that in mind, the gift never paid you. So that is
That
quite
is
a bit
correct.
of gold that you've lost out on. Would it be
Yes.
worth one contract to you to see that situation? Revenge is the word.
Ah, I see. I see. So you have met one of these who did he manage to escape? How is it that he is no longer with the rest of the
3 of them tried to escape, and while the Gith were distracted and hacking them to pieces, he made his escape. And he is traumatized on a very deep level and wants to get out of Chult as soon as he can.
Well, I can understand that. If the Githyanki could be dealt a crippling blow, and they were to feel that Port Nyanzaru is no longer a place that they would like to meddle. Yes, I think perhaps letting one person return to their life would be worthwhile. I am a man of business, but that does not mean I don't have a heart.
Now, as you're a man of business, could we get that in writing? And she kind of puts a smile on that to try to soften the blow.
And he says, yes. Yes. I shall draw up the contract. I will need to know who we are specifically talking about. And he calls to a servant and tells the servant he needs to have his portable office brought in, and that servant rushes off, and a couple of minutes later 4 people come in. 2 of them are carrying a desk that has all kinds of stuff on it. A third one is carrying 2 ledgers, and a fourth one is wearing robes that look kind of official in a way, and comes in, and it's clear that this is probably like the secretary. And so, do you share the gentleman's name?
Yes,
At this
Adamant will
point.
share it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joe Ball begins to draw up this contract, and he's dictating it. And basically, what he is, the terms that he dictates, and he will sign it, and he will ask one of you to sign it, is that this man is to serve as your guide for 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, you are to send a report to the trade princes of Port Nyanzaru explaining where, what progress you have made. And once he has served as your guide for 30 days, he is then released from all future contracts.
All right. Zandri will sign that, I guess.
Okay. All right. And then he turns that over to you. And everybody make me an insight check. Okay. Galibar and Oyo. Galibar and Oyo, you get the impression that he's basically leaving it up to you how much of that 30 days you actually require him to spend guiding you, and what the term guide means. Whether that means that he's actually staying with you that whole time, or whether he's telling you where you can go.
Basically, we just purchased this guy, quote unquote. And
Yes.
It's up to us.
Yes. So, the one thing in that contract that does seem to have kind of a binding, it's a responsibility more on you than on is he really does a progress report at the end of 30 days as to what's going on.
Yeah.
So.
Perfectly acceptable.
Yep. All right. So.
Wonderful. I'm glad we could come to a mutually beneficial agreement.
Now, you may end up doing this for the others if there's any left.
Well, and he gives you a smile and he says, if I could have 100 such groups as yours visit hellfire and damnation on the Githyanki, it would be well worthwhile. Somehow I don't think I will find 100 groups as capable as you are. And that's
Somehow I think you're right. Kind of a slow look.
Then he stands up in a gesture that's kind of clear that as far as he's concerned, your business is concluded.
Yep.
And the servants begin making kind of indications that, okay, it's time for you all to leave.
Yes.
Yep.
Is there anything else you need to?
We have a dinner to get to.
Okay, so
while we're walking, he's going to update them on. He learned at the mining output. Yeah, the place where he spoke to the dwarf. There we go.
Okay.
Easy words.
So wait a minute. So now we know for sure, and Zandri starts ticking things off on her fingers. The Gith were trying to get saddles for large creatures, potentially dinosaurs. The Gith were trying to get supplies for an outpost. The Gith went off with a bunch of cell swords, presumably to slay a red dragon, and get a bunch of metal that would augment their already scary great swords.
That is what it would seem.
We need to find someone who can cast Sending and tell this to Laurel Silverhand. I don't think this should wait until we go back home.
I can do the spell in the morning.
You can cast
And
sending?
It's a cleric spell.
Oh, well then, yeah,
well,
that sounds like a plan.
and Zandri, give me a. Actually, you don't even need to give me an insight check. When he reminds you that that's a cleric spell, you realize that you have a connection to a whole temple full of people that could probably
I
get that word back to Waterdeep. Now, none of them may know Lady Silverhand well enough to send it to her, but they could probably get you a scroll that one of you all could use.
You know, I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow morning. I don't think we even need to wait until after dinner. We could find.
You're right. I had a moment.
Yes, we.
Would you like to take this opportunity to visit the Temple of Sune, Zandri?
I see no reason why not to, unless well, Gally, what time of day is it?
Oh,
We've
it's
we've done a lot.
probably yeah, it's probably mid-afternoon. So you have a couple of hours before dinner, and that just it's more a question of when you go visit the Temple of Sune, is this going to be like a business visit where you have something you need to do, or is
Well,
this going to
that's what I'm
be
thinking. We've got less than an hour until the game ends at 7. So I mean, I'm fine with staying later and doing that stuff later since it's just really it could be seen as just a one character thing. So if we want to go straight to the dinner, I mean, we can do that later or next session. I'm fine with that.
okay?
Depends on how the party feels.
Yeah,
Oh.
we've had this has been a lot of sidetrack, so there's been a little bit of plot that's moved along, but this has been a lot of sidetrack, so maybe we should do some plot.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All
And
right.
I could do the spell. I could take the spell in the morning, so I'm not super.
Okay. Yeah. Whether in game, whether it happens the same day or the next day is immaterial. But we know how it can be done rather quickly. All right. So off we go back to Trade Prince Akini Afa's residence. And when you get to the residence, you will find that they are in preparations for the dinner with Quaothi. And you notice that unlike the previous evening, as they are getting ready to receive Quaothi, there's not one seat set aside for Quaothi. There are 3 seats set aside for Quaothi.
Guests.
And so you all kind of notice that. Anybody going to say anything?
Oh, who's this prince bringing along?
Oh, well, the prince always brings her 2 body servants. Her body servants are her body servants are Ixis and Indar. I would swear that they were twins. Ixis is among the most lovely of Chultan girls that you will ever meet. And Indar is such a handsome Chultan boy. It is amazing to see them together with Quaothi.
Sorry, who's coughing?
Okay, no, I just had to put that in the Discord. Put the names in the Discord. So,
Rather fond of them, is she?
oh, yes. And a servant will sort of lean in and conspiratorially will say, "It is said she is very fond of them both." And gives a little gives the innuendo that they do more than just bring her tea to her, if you will.
Well, if all parties are on board, there's no reason that love has to stay between just one person and another.
And then the servant giggles at that, thinks that's scandalously a scandalously delicious little nugget, and runs off. And you probably imagine that half the servants in the household will hear that you've said that before the end of the evening. But
Well, I mean, like the tenant of Sune says that, love those who respond to your appearance and let warm friendship and admiration flower when love cannot. But there's no reason love cannot,
that is, yes, that is exactly what Sune says. But Zandri realizes that, at least in stuffy old Waterdeep, not everybody thinks that way. And apparently there's plenty of stuffy people here in Chult as well.
Yeah, apparently.
So anyway, they will arrive, and Quaothi is a handsome-looking woman. She's maybe 10 years younger, 5 to 10 years younger than your host. She's quite an attractive looking, but has a bit of a severe look to her, kind of angular in the way that a lot of Chultans have kind of a soft beauty. Quaothi herself has kind of an angular beauty. And the Imix and Indar, or Ixis and Indar, indeed, the two of them are stunningly attractive. You probably haven't seen a Chultan girl, and when I say girl, I mean she's like, they're human, so she looks like she's probably 20, 21, and he is of the same age as her. And they both have gracefully long limbs, and they move with like a real fluid elegance. Like when they walk, it looks like they're dancing. They just have sort of this fluid motion to them. And you would almost think that they are accentuating their movements to look, but they carry themselves off so naturally that every time you think they must be trying to look alluring, you realize, well, no, it's just like they're that alluring naturally.
Zandri makes a mental note to practice this in front of a mirror.
Okay, all right. And so they walk in behind Quaothi, and Quaothi has this gown that the gown goes to maybe an inch above the floor, but then she's got, it's almost like a cape, but the cape goes into what seems like a train almost. And the two body servants carry the ends of this train, and it probably hangs like 10 feet back from her shoulders. And it's this very sheer looking fabric that you think the whole thing probably weighs, less than most people's small clothes do, but it's this huge amount of fabric that's gone into this, and it's clearly meant to be ostentatious and just show off somebody's wealth and opulence. And so they come in, and she introduces herself, and she introduces her to her two body servants, and then Ikiniafa introduces each of you. And as she does introduce each of you, the two body servants they both give each one of you a rather penetrating gaze. So go ahead, everybody, and make an insight check on them.
Natural.
All right. Zandri, they just have an incredibly sort of innocent look in their eyes when they look at you, but it's also an innocent look of curiosity. Like they have never seen anybody quite like you. And
Naturally.
they both seem rather curious about you. Galibar, you get the feeling that you are being judged when they look at you. And this is not something that Galibar is unaccustomed to. He's experienced it a lot in Waterdeep, but they see your orcish heritage more than anything, and their look at you says, "Oh, you're probably nothing more than a dumb brute." It's clearly a very racist, if you will, look that's very judgmental and very pejorative against anyone that would have orcish blood. Oyohusa, they look at you, and there's a sense that they recognize, you feel like they recognize that you are someone who could be dangerous. And so they're kind of curious about you, but it just sort of is a surface curiosity. And Adamant, Adamant, you don't know if they know what to make of you. They may have never seen a Warforged, but it seems like whatever their interests are, you're more like a curiosity to them than anything, and not something that they're gonna spend a whole lot of mental energy trying to figure out.
More power to me.
Yes. And Zandri, when everybody is called for dinner, each night, different ones of you are seated next to the trade prince. And tonight, Zandri, you happen to be seated right next to Trade Prince Queothes' body servant, Ixis, the apparent sister of these two twins. And so the meal begins much as it has before. And there's only one little difference that you notice tonight, Zandri. And that is that you notice that every time Ixis passes you something, that she sort of makes sure that her hand brushes against yours. And she'll sometimes make a comment about the way you wear your hair, and she'll sort of touch your face when she does. Or she'll make a comment about your garb, and she'll sort of touch your arm when she does. And she gives you this smile as she does. And she seems like she's very interested in you. And everybody
no.
everybody can make an insight check if you wish.
This is far, far out of Adamant's purview. He wouldn't catch that.
Okay. Yeah. Zandri, you haven't had this much attention paid to you since you left Waterdeep.
Yep, she is 100% preening.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, returning in kind, but nothing that would not be considered absolutely polite. They are, after all, here on business.
Okay.
So.
Well,
So it's certainly
while
not discouraging.
Okay, while you all are having dinner, there is business being discussed.
Yeah.
And
Now,
go ahead.
just to refresh my Pete's memory, what was she told, and which merchant?
This
Is
is the
she-
merchant that likes the gift.
Ah,
Yeah. Need to be careful here.
yep, that's what I was making sure of. So he looks over at Zandri and says, "Zandri,
Hmm?
my new dwarven friend at the mining guild, he said that she is the one we should talk to if we're going to have an excursion deep into the jungle.
Really?
She has the best insect repellents. Now, for me,
Oh.
that doesn't make much difference because, and he knocks on his arm, clank, clank, clank. But for the rest of you, I'd rather cart around people who have not lost all their blood."
Is that true? Asking the trade prince.
And Quaothe says, "Oh, yes, I am 5th generation in the trade. My great grandmother was the originator of a family recipe taken from the oils of some of the most exotic plants in Chult, and mixed with elements and minerals that create an ointment and an oil that is superior to anything else you can find in Port Nyanzaru for keeping the insects away. And there are some dangerous insects in the jungle that they can kill within an hour simply by biting you. It's absolutely wretched.
Really? And Zandri will look between each of them, the trade prince and the two body servants, and kind of end on the female one. And you said her name was Ixis?
Ixis, yes.
Yeah, she'll end on Ixis, kind of with eyebrows raised. Now, would these be the mosquitoes that were as big as dogs?
And Ixis, her eyes crinkle up and she giggles and she holds her hand in front of her mouth and she looks at Quaothi, and Quaothi also has this smile and says, well, Lady Zandri, you cannot believe all the exaggerated tales that you are told, but the mosquitoes are at least as large as ravens, if not as large as dogs. But yes,
Little shudder there.
they are quite bad. But the mosquitoes do not have a poison. They can sometimes, or at least I am told the clerics believe, that their bite can sometimes confer disease. There are flying insects that actually do have a poisonous stinger. And some of the grung, as I understand, even harvest this poison for their arrows. It's quite lethal.
Oh, is there any known antidote?
Oh, yes. The most important thing you can have is a good cleric by your side. But if you do not have that, there are potions, and there are even some remedies that it is said that some of the ancient tribes who lived in the jungle before Rasnisi's curse of the undead army overran the place, that some of them knew herbal remedies that would neutralize the poison. I am not sure that anyone still knows those secrets to these days. Perhaps they are locked in some tomb somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered.
Or passed down from generation to generation as your own family's recipes are?
And she smiles at that and she says, "Oh, well, perhaps if, but if there were one who had such knowledge, surely they would be among our ranks as one of the other trade princes of Port Nyanzaru. So I do not know."
I can imagine that you must have folks of all walks of life coming to you for such a vital service.
Oh, yes. Everyone who treks into the jungle, they deal with me or deal with my agents most of the time. Some, of course, do try to do suffer being swindled by unscrupulous merchants who sell less effective remedies. No, Zandri, was there anything else you were?
Oh, I wasn't sure you were done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Right. So I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing. You said swindled by.
Swindled by unscrupulous merchants, basically, who are selling cut rate or less effective repellents.
So
Go ahead.
sorry, I had a cough.
Oh,
Uh,
that's all right.
Yeah, sorry. It's still hanging in there. Um, I'm not so good, but the cold's great. Um, so what's the going rate for these sorts of things? We were planning on a potential trip into the jungle ourselves. We might have need of your service.
Oh, well, this just seems like um, it may in fact be a very profitable year for me. It was not many months ago that I sold an enormous shipment to some other travelers who wanted. Can you imagine? They wanted to supply insect repellent for 100 men for a 2-month excursion into the jungle.
Indeed.
Really?
What a coincidence.
Yes, it was marvelous, and they paid handsomely.
I
Hmm.
can imagine. It is ever so satisfying when the deal goes through to the satisfaction of all involved. Um, Whenabouts was this expedition setting out? We had heard most fail and never return.
Oh, this would have been probably 6 or 7 months ago, and and uh, Ixis leans over, sort of conspiratorially towards Zandri, and said, they had a lot of gold, but they were the ugliest people I've ever seen.
Really? You don't say.
Yes. Oh yes, yes. They practically looked like their skin was about to be pulled off of their bones. It was stretched so tight. Absolutely wretched.
Adamant is just like staring holes into the trade merchant.
So, just skinny, or was there anything else about? Because slender on its own isn't necessarily a bad thing. And she'll give kind of a charming smile.
And she says, well, it was just such an unnatural color to their skin as well. And with that, she sort of brushes some fingertips along Zandri's cheek. You and your friends have such natural, if I may say exotic, color. But these people, they looked yellow, like they had some sort of sickness. It was truly unnerving. And she shudders, or she shivers a little bit, um, like just there's a little memory of something that that disturbed her.
Well, one can hope that they come back safely. And in the meantime, that you can find other things to occupy yourself with.
And she gives you a smile, and this smile is clearly um, a very inviting look. And she says, "Oh, I think I could find a few things to amuse me."
At this point, can I insight check the trade prince and see what she thinks of all this going on?
Sure.
That's a 5. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Okay. She doesn't seem to be bothered in the least. In fact, Ixis is sort of whispering a lot of this stuff to Zandri, and while she's doing that, the trade prince continues talking to talking to the other people. With your 5, it's really hard for you to get a read on it. It could be that the trade prince is just sort of used to Ixis acting this way, or it could be that, you know, whatever.
Shit. Oh shit. See, now, Gaunty the player has warning bells going off, but Zandri is okay, well, so was there anything else about them that set you off? Surely just color alone couldn't have been the only thing. You seem disturbed by something a bit more. Is there anything that we can do to help? I hate seeing anyone.
And she says to you, she says, "Oh, well, I could tell you, but I do not like to. They enriched my mistress so much. I do not like to say anything ill about some of her good customers." And then she lays a hand kind of on your knee, and she says, "But perhaps if we can find some time to talk alone, I can tell you more."
Oh fuck.
And she gives you this really warm smile.
Well, if time permits, later on this evening, I do have an errand to run. Are you familiar at all with the Temple of Sune? I'll be heading down there myself later to. You'd be more than welcome, any or all of you.
And when you mention the Temple of Sune, like you didn't realize it until it stopped, but you realize she had just been very lightly caressing your thigh. And when you mention Sune, all the motion stops. And there's this look in her eyes that's just, it's like a look of confusion. Like she never expected, like that's almost the last thing she ever would have expected you to say.
Huh. Wonder what that's about.
And she says, "Well, surely a visit to a temple can wait until tomorrow."
Are you at all familiar with this particular deity? And Zandri kind of just grins.
And she says, "I would be happy to hear all about it from you. And I need Zandri to make a saving throw for me."
Oh shit. What kind of save?
Okay, I need to double check what kind of save this is. Oh, come on. Oh, now is this thing gonna be... Is it dying again? It's being very, very slow. Okay.
If it's a charm spell, I have advantage on saving throws against them.
Right, yeah. So let's see, what is the... Come on. Okay. So you will need.
Don't let it smell your fear, Gally.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having to go to a separate resource to look it up. Which one is it? Wisdom. So I need you to make me a wisdom save, please. And you do have advantage because it is.
Okay, advantage. That's a 15.
Okay. You definitely get the feeling that she was trying to use some sort of enchantment on you to dissuade you from going to the temple.
Yeah, they welcome all sorts there, and private rooms can be found. You know, I have a lovely red dress that I could wear.
And she pulls her hand back from you, and she takes a drink of wine, and she says, "Well, perhaps some other time." And her entire demeanor just seems to change, almost like somebody's flicked off a light switch.
Yeah, Zandri has a pretty sudden nauseous feeling in the pit of her stomach.
Has
Okay.
Oyo noticed any of this? Or is he kind of alerted by any?
Well, you're like now. Oh yes, it's working, but it's working extremely slowly. Do you know off the top of your head, before I take 10 minutes to look it up, what your passive insight is?
My passive insight.
I'm speaking. Yeah. Okay. Anybody can tell me. So.
Well,
yeah.
I can tell you I have a +7 in it. So whatever that would be.
That's a
Yeah.
7.
Okay.
I've got
Yeah.
at least a 17 myself.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You all would both have noticed that. Y'all would both have noticed that this woman has been paying a whole lot of attention to Zandri, and that suddenly something in her demeanor changed. And it's like, okay, now it's like she's just not even interested in Zandri anymore. You didn't see anything that did, and they've been kind of whispering quietly. You didn't really hear anything that Zandri said.
Oh, the red dress comment was at normal volume. It was using
Okay.
the red code word that the party came up with.
Okay.
Zandri,
Okay.
is everything okay? Do you need a break?
No, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, is there any red wine? Feeling a little homesick.
I see.
Yes.
Oyo looks for red wine on the table.
There's actually none. There's a reddish kind of sweet punch that they make that's alcoholic.
Who's sitting on Xandri's other side?
Whoever wants to be.
Adamant would probably be sitting next to her.
Okay, Zandri kind of leans over as if she's going to reach for the fruit punch and kind of whispers to Adamant, very, very low under her breath. She tried to use magic on me.
I didn't hear you.
She tried to use magic on me. Very low under her breath so that almost trying not to move her lips, trying to keep it very subtle.
So at that point, Adamant fixes his gaze back on the trade prints. Well, madam.
Yes. And at this point, the trade prince still seems oblivious to what her body servant is doing.
Did you know that Waterdeep was attacked?
Oh my goodness. I had not heard. Waterdeep was attacked?
Indeed.
That's terrible.
Wait, Akini Alpha said that?
No. Quaothi.
Oh, Quaothi. Got it.
Madam Quaothi, it was the Gith who attacked our city.
Oh, the Githyanki attacked your city.
Indeed.
Oh, that's distressing. They seemed like such
He just kind of stares
wonderful
at her.
people.
They did. They seem
And
like wonderful people.
And about that time, you notice Adamant I'll just say to your right side. You notice that Barack Clanghammer puts his hands on the table, his palms flat down on the table, and he fixes a stare first on Ixis and then on Indar. And you feel, Adamant, like almost like a little wave of heat off of Barack Clanghammer. And as you do, there is a drastic change that happens on the other side of the table.
Uh-oh.
Both Ixis and Indar, they drop the goblets that they have in their hand, and they just spill on the table, and they push themselves back from the table, and they look for all the world like trapped animals. And they're just like, excuse me. And they just
Before they could do
bolt.
anything, he is casting Hold Person as a 3rd level spell to catch them both.
Okay.
It's going to be a DC 16 will save.
Okay, DC 16 wisdom save. Let's see. What is their save? Okay, they get a, what is their save? Okay, they don't get anything. All right, what is their resistances? Okay,
How much
they
you want to
don't
bet they
have
tried
resist-
something on Barack?
Or he caught a smell he didn't like.
Okay. Those are +1s. So, D20 +1. For Ixis, she makes her save.
Oop.
For Indar, he makes
Really?
Zandri,
Yeah.
as soon as she sees Adamant try to cast a spell, is going to leap to her feet and go after them. And she'll say something kind of just offhand. Oh, let me see if they need help, and run after him.
Yep. Adamant takes off right beside her.
Okay. Well, then in that case, you both see as they get out of the dining room, and that these houses have kind of an open plan. As they get out of the dining room, they head towards the nearest exit of the house, towards the garden. And those doors are just hanging open to allow ventilation. And as they get outside of the house, you see them both transform their figures. They become, they grow each about a foot taller. They keep their same gender presentation. So Ixis still looks female and Imix still looks male, but large bat-like wings grow out of their chests, and they get little demonic-looking horns,
Oh, fuck no, they
and
ain't.
they fly up into the night.
I've got
and
one
away.
more try at this. He is going to try that third level hold person one more time.
Okay. All right. So they will do the same thing. Ixis. Oh, she fails. They both fail.
Adamant!
No, you stay put.
So you are now looking at an incubus and a succubus.
Oh, you, Thardram, Gally,
I can only hold him for a minute.
Barak!
Perhaps some bindings.
Yep, Zandri is gonna run to her room and grab some rope. No, Zandri's just gonna draw her sword and just stand near them, ready and holding an action to try to stop them if they get up.
Okay.
And
Well-
she's yelling for the rest of the party to come out here. We've got
Okay.
a situation.
The rest of you coming?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, you see this succubus and incubus, and the
Like frozen and trying to fly poses.
frozen and trying to fly poses. And when Quoyothi finally shows up, she's the last person to show up. She's actually being held at the wrist very firmly by Barak Clanghammer. And he just turns his gaze on her, and he says, "What is the meaning of bringing their like into this house?" And as he speaks, there's like little wisps of steam that just are coming out of the edges of his mouth
God,
as
I
he
love
talks.
Barak.
He's clearly very angry. And
Adamant is going to tie their wings together to each other.
and they say, "Mistress, help us. And Quoyothi says, "Please take your hands off my servants."
Servants? These
We
are
will
the
leave.
devils. Do you know what they are? Do you know what they do?
And she turns she turns to you and she looks at you and she says, "No worse than your queen does.
What?
No
Waterdeep?
no worse than your queen of spiders does."
What? Waterdeep doesn't have a queen. What are you talking about?
No, she's looking straight at you. She clearly is thinking, she's clearly
Zandri.
judging you by your heritage, not by
Yeah,
your
Zandri doesn't know
birthplace.
anything about the. Zandri doesn't know anything about Lolth, though, so she has no clue what this lady's talking about.
In case you haven't noticed from her reaction, she has no clue what you're talking about. Lady Zandri is blissfully unaware of the deeds of her bloodline.
What are you talking about? This is not. We're not talking about me.
Oh, she is trying to turn it to you.
Yes, and we're not
So-
turning this around on me. Why did you bring them here? Why are they loose and Chult?
And she says, she turns to Akini Afa and she says, "I suppose that you will go blabbing to the other trade princes now, won't you?" And Akini Afa says, "I'm afraid you have left me no choice. If you bring demons under my roof, that cannot be allowed to stand." And our dear friend here, Quaothi, she says, "Well, that's unfortunate. I suppose we will just see how well your guests are capable of defending themselves, shan't we?" And with that, she pulls out a dagger, and it's clear to all of you that that dagger is coated in something, and it's probably poison.
Now Zandri had her sword out and she was watching for any nonsense. Do I get a reaction to this?
You will get a reaction to this, and we will start with that next session.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Wow!
It's a shame that I just burned through my 2 highest spell slots, isn't it?
Oh my gosh! But seriously though, way to save the day there, Adamant. Oh my gosh! Holy shit! Wow. Well, I'm really glad that Zandri's first thought was to go someplace private where they wouldn't be right under this lady's nose,
Right?
having an illicit affair, because she was all ready to jump into bed with that thing.
She was ready and raring to go.
She was thinking, sure, let's make this a date. I'll take her to the temple. They'll have plenty of stuff and they'll have privacy. And wait, why is she trying to use charm on me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
my first thought was, hey, it's a Gaunty. Nope. It's just worse.
No.
It's just
Nobody-
bad in a different direction.
Yeah, this is really bad.
It's just as bad, just in a different direction than what my mind went.
Well, and to Ixis, Ixis being a creature of the lower planes, and having been summoned many times to the service of powerful drow females, she was remembering a lot of the fun that she had with drow in Menzo Baranzan and was looking for a little dalliance with someone that reminded her of all those old times. So she was in one sense, she was looking at this being a perfectly innocent encounter. As opposed to she's not looking to steal somebody's life force.
Now I understand why you said this was the last thing she expected to hear from Zandri.
Yes. Because it's like, oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Sune? What the hell is
drow? What is wrong with this drow?
Yeah, maybe this drow has been brainwashed, and I need to do an intervention here and just like get this girl back to thinking correctly. Yeah.
We need to straighten you out. No thanks, I'm happy being gay.
Lol. See, the succubus was just going to do it for the lulz.
Ba-dum-bum. Good golly. Okay.
Oh, God.
With that,